names that I recognize. It's great to see everyone back. And yeah, as Dave said, I looked and it was 2015 when Jigin and I submitted our proposal for Implementation-A-Thons. And little did we know that what we'd be starting and what all of us have been starting. So there's a lot of you who've been here from the very beginning, and that's great. So I've got if you want to do video, that's great. If you don't, that's great. I'll probably be keeping my video on all the time. I like seeing people. Here's your facilitators, as Dave said. Dave has never aged. That's how he looks like today. It's amazing. Susan, Jim, Jaginder, and myself, and we'll be here. If you're not confident enough to ask questions out loud, there's always a chat. We'll be monitoring the chat. I'll be monitoring that as people are doing their presentations for questions and things like that. And please, this is an open for the new people who are here. This is an open forum. Almost all of the sessions we're looking for answers. We're looking for action items. And so that's what Jigin and I will be doing, is driving us towards what's the action item out of this. And so please, all of you are here. You're all implementers of C-CDA or interested in implementations of C-CDA. We want to hear everybody's opinion. So it'd be great. And please don't feel shy to speak up. So the focus is always on specific pain points within C-CDA. And as a community, we're working together to do this, right? So we're looking at, for each one of the different sessions, we're looking at what are the pain points that we found in the wild as implementers, and what are we doing? What do we need to do to solve those pain points? We may not get to some solutions. Sometimes the solution is, recognizing that there is a problem, and that we may not be able to do anything with it, but hopefully we get some action items. And Susan's at the end of the day today is going to be doing a review of the action items we've had from previous IATs, and we've been pretty good at getting those done, right? So as Dave said, you guys can mute yourselves, and when not speaking, it's open, so unmute yourself to ask questions. It's great. We've got breaks scheduled throughout the day, 15 minutes here and a break for lunch as well. So in the deck, and people will have access to, we do have a bunch of links. So there's links to the CDA management group. They're a fundamental group that's been managing CDA as a product at HL7, and have done a lot of work in helping us put together this Implementation-A-Thon. There's also the structured documents work group. They're the ones that are in charge of the product and the methodology around CDA. And so we've got some links from them. And then obviously for those, there's a chat. So Zulip, and we've got links to the 3 different Zulip streams, CDA, C-CDA, and the CDA management group announcements. So we've included these links just for people to have, and they're available in the PDFs of the presentation. So what's on our agenda for today? I am very excited about this agenda. To me, it's, we've been dealing in the past, I think, with problems for implementers of actually implementing C-CDA. And now I think we're getting into some of the problems with Exchange and how, which is, I think the next step of the interoperability paradigm, right? Like, okay, I'm able to create C-CDAs now. And the ONC tools that were provided and the certification have been fantastic in moving that along. But now when I'm exchanging them between vendors, and that's what we're going to be looking for. I think a lot of the questions we've got are, around exchange between vendors and the problems thereof. So we've got some great sessions around that. So topic 1, Gay and myself, we're going to be talking about the new C-CDA publication that was being planned for Ballot in January 2024. So we've done a little bit, I think, at the last IAT last year. We sort of talked a little bit about this. So we've got more things to show, and we've got some questions. Then we got a 15-minute break, and then Jim's got 2 sessions. They're basically a continuation of the same topic. So he's got an hour before lunch, and it's around specialty providers and EHRs and direct messaging and the barriers to success. So he's got an hour before lunch, then we've got a 45-minute lunch break, and then he's got an hour after lunch. And so I'm looking forward to that. I've seen his presentation, and there's some really interesting questions there. Then we've got a 15-minute break at 2 o'clock, and then Lisa and Catherine are going to be talking about unhappy documents. What do you do when you get documents that don't quite fit your needs? And it's, I think, focused around discharge summary, but there's some other good questions in there. And again, Catherine, I've seen her deck, and it's going to be great. Dee Dee's got a brief 15-minute question for implementers that we'll talk about, and then we've got a 15-minute break, and then the last session for the day is the always lovable Ask the ONC. So Matt, Ron, and team from ONC, they'll be doing a what's new, a brief letting us know what's new at ONC, and then we've got our Ask the ONC. So hopefully you guys have lots of questions. I know in the past, this has been a fantastic session for implementers concerned with certification and concerned with what ONC's been asking of them, and we've had some great sessions there. The last session of the day is to review the action items. It's probably not going to take half an hour, so that'll be good. And then we'll close up. And so this is the day one. This is our presentations for today. It's, I think, going to be great. Here's the session for tomorrow is basically breakouts. If you remember the last IAT, we did this and it was really helpful. So we do have a number of breakout sessions. I think it's four breakout sessions. And so we'll plan who's going to do what in which tracks. Then we'll break out into those tracks for, in the morning, have lunch, then break out in the afternoon, and then have a report back. So that's for tomorrow. So that'll be, I think, fun. That was, I really enjoyed it last time. We did care plan. I know I was in the track that did care plan, and we came up with a care plan example, and it was really good. All right. So if there's no questions, no concerns, I will just go right into the next topic, which is mine and gaze. So give me a second. All right, so yeah, on this first session is around the new consolidated CDA publication that HL7 is planning to do. Basically planning to ballot in January 2024. And so Gay Dolan, many of you know her. She's the US Realm Project Program Manager. She's been obviously heavily involved in US CDI and heavily involved in C-CDA, and we all know her. And then myself, the two of us, we've been working on this for the last year. And this presentation is a little bit to show you about what we're doing and why we're doing it. And then also to try and have a discussion going forward around what we should be planning for on the ballot. So here's what we're going to be talking about. What is structure definition publishing? Some of you may or may not know what that actually is, why we're doing this. There's two different projects that are going on around the C-CDA spec and how in the new format. We'll do a walkthrough of the prototype, a roadmap of how C-CDA and US CDI works. And if any of you know anything about US Core, it'll seem very familiar, the leapfrog. And then we've got our discussion around the balloting in January 2024. Yay, I'm not sure who's doing what, so I
think that
you let me, I'll just talk.
Yeah, no, you can proceed. I think you're going to do the next one, or
Okay.
I guess slides 3 and 4. I think that
Right.
want to go together. So,
Okay. I'll do what Melva did yesterday. Just tell me when I should shut up, and then. So
by the way, there's someone who's just a phone number in the waiting room. I don't know if you
oh
guys
yeah, I see. Yeah, Dave.
Yep, I'm working on that.
All right. So what is structure definition publishing for those who don't know? So basically it's, using the FHIR infrastructure that was developed for producing FHIR implementation guides and using that for CDA. So CDA structures are defined as FHIR logical models. Templates are authored as profiles on those logical models. So there's already, Graham Grieve had already produced a CDA logical model. So there is a CDA implementation guide, if you want to call it that. And so the C-CDA works on top of that by creating all of the C-CDA templates are authored as profiles, FHIR profiles on those logical models. And both of those are defined using the FHIR structure definition instances. So that's why we call it structured definition publishing. It's not FHIR publishing. It looks like it and we use similar tools, but it's not creating a FHIR, there's no FHIR resources or anything like that. Instead, it's using the FHIR structure definitions, which have gotten very, are used for FHIR, but could also be used in this case for CDA, and V2 is even looking at doing that. All of the templates or profiles, as we're going to start talking about them, combine into a consolidated CDA implementation guide that the IG publisher, the FHIR IG publisher, is run on that guide and produces web content similar to the FHIR IGs, right? So basically you're getting out of the end something that looks like, although with the templates, we have different colors and a little bit different formatting. but it's the same look and feel. So for HL7's benefit, right? And I'm doing a little bit of the next slide. You're getting, the same tooling stack and the same look and feel amongst all of our products. So like I said, the V2 management group's looking at doing this for V2. Frank Omig has done, well, I think he calls it V2 plus. So he's done something similar. And then we've got our web version of C-CDA that John Demore and team did a lot of work on. This is sort of the next step towards that in representing it in fire structure definitions. So the roadmap, why are we doing this, right? And so the roadmap is that for the January 2024 ballot, right? So that's the next ballot of full C-CDA with new templates and profiles from US CDI v4 will be in that web publication similar to fire, right? So why? Again, I sort of led to that same underlying tech stack across HL7. So, it's not a different tool set, it's not a different tech stack. And so any changes and updates and fixes to the tech stack for one, for fire or for C-CDA or whatever, you get them, you get that same benefit across all the products, the same look and feel relatively, as I mentioned, and you'll see when we do the demo that it's, it looks like it, but we've got different colors, we've got a few different things. The validation that you get, right? So, I mean, the previous year, myself, Gay, and one of my employees, Rosemary, have been working a lot on the QA of the demo version of this guide, and finding errors and stuff was so easy because as many of us know, the fire publisher sort of spits that out. Logical versioning style, right? We get, we know how to version all the different resources and the different profiles, and it should make new implementation easier because all of the things, all of the new templates and new profiles are going to be published in computer processable format. The structured definitions, right, can be read by tools. Now, obviously, in the C-CDA world, you guys, as implementers, you'll know that this will be new, so it's not something out of the box immediately that you'll be able to do. But new implementers coming along will, it hopefully will be easier for them, because rather than scouring the PDF, for what the templates are and looking at the schematron, right? We've actually got structured definition, processable representations of the profiles and templates, and it should make the updates easier. I mean, that was always the thing I heard from Brett. So often was like publishing a new version of C-CDA was so tough because, one gigantic PDF, which of course on the traditional side, right? You had those unwieldy Word documents that were transformed to PDFs. The links sometimes were broken, right? It was tough to produce. It was always, that's what we heard very often, was it was so hard to produce the next version. So we did it, via companion guides and via addendums and erratas and things like that. And then, of course, that tech stack for HL7, I think, and for Dan Vreeman, the Chief Standards Development Officer, having all of the specifications that are like this, using the same tech stack, is a really benefit to him. And again, please, anyone, if you've got questions, just put them in the chat or speak up. As I was saying, I'm totally willing to talk ad nauseum. So there's 2 work projects, and so Gay, I'll let you talk about this one.
Sure. So in order to, now a couple of years that this project actually has been started, maybe even more than that. And between the time that the main tooling that it was implemented in or used interface to develop the guide is Lantana's Trifolia. And between the time that they did that initially and now, there was things that couldn't be done in Trifolia, and so they were done directly in GitHub files. And so that's where John stepped in, and he and his team did enhancements, and fixed some of the errors and added how to read this guide, that sort of thing. So now there needs to be improvements in the tooling so that you don't have to be a developer to develop a CDA implementation guide. And you don't need to be now. You need to be kind of a technical analyst in order to be able to produce that. And that's the goal of improving the tooling rather than having to work directly in They could have files and, you know, but ultimately we anticipate that, you know, it wouldn't have to be in Trifolia, just like the fire, with producing the fire IGs, people use their own little ways of, you know, in addition to some of the standard ones that are more standard ones are out there. Some folks still are using just their own spreadsheets and whatnot. But the goal is that an analyst a technical analyst can still produce an implementation guide. And so now Lantana is working on that project. And in order to be able to do that, they have to import data into to make changes in Trifolia in order that they can import all the differentials that only can have files and not yet in Trifolia. So that's basically what the project is. And there are some other challenges that the fire publishing mechanism couldn't handle, being that it's CDA, such as being able to upload an entire file of an XML example and XML snippets. And so that was some changes that were made. And you can see the timeline down there. This, by the way, this is public, you know, regular HL7 Confluence page, and you can access it. Anyone can access it. You can see because John's not even logged in, and he's still able to see it. So our goal is to the main things, the main work they're going to be completing will be primarily done by beginning of June, which allows us to jump right into the cycle of preparing for ballot. And I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but then the intention is to actually entirely reballot C-CDA. So it'll be probably C-CDA 3.0, which will reballot all C-CDA, pull in all the companion guide items and you know, handle the differentials, that sort of thing. So and allow us to begin designing for USCDI v4, even, you know, potentially right before it actually gets formally published. I mean, I think we have a sense of a few of the items that will actually be end up being published or as USCDI. So, you know, and we can change things if it doesn't. But anyway, first is application of errata. We did an errata package this past summer. When was that? Anyway, not quite. I think about 6 months ago. And so what is recorded between now and then will be incorporated. Design things that were not errata but were design changes will be resolved and or incorporated, and then we will start to do the new design. And if you want to switch back to the slides, because I'm actually talking about my slides that are upcoming, and then I'll take a pause and see if folks have questions. Yeah, I think the next slide.
Next one's around the other work announcement as well.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so I wanted to stop a second and see if folks had any questions about why the heck are we doing this, or, you know, if they're still not quite understanding what it is. We'll have Jean walk through the prototype, but I wanted to stop and see if anyone had any questions.
I do. This is Matt Davis from DHIT. It's
Okay.
great to be here again. Always great to see Gay and John as well, and David as well. I have a quick question. I mean, I feel like you all are really close to this, and I'm trying to envision in my head what you are actually painting for us. I'm kind of familiar with the structure definition of fire because it's highly detailed. It just talks about the properties and when you use it and all of those kind of things. Am I correct on that note in saying that that same detailed and body of information that exists for fire is what you're trying to do now for C-CDA?
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Exactly it. Yeah. So, you know, if obviously, you know, in a C-CDA template, right, there's two sets of constraints. There's cardinalities, right? So you must have this, you can't have that, those kinds of things. So the structure definitions, you know, will have that ability to express those. directly. And then there's the invariance, like if you have this, then this other thing must be present. And again, Fire's got that same capability. So the structure definitions have the invariance. So basically everything that's in the text of the template is expressed in a computer processable way in the structure definition. So exactly what you're saying.
That is pretty cool. And again, I thought that was it, but I wasn't sure. And so the idea of it sounds super cool because I am very used to that PDF format. You know, we all are, just how it looks and how to kind of dig deep into it. But to see that in a different, and like you're saying, machine readable even format, that sounds very exciting.
Right.
You talked about a lot of highlights already in the beginning slides, you and Gay. I guess my last thing is just, are there any other high-level highlights that you feel like are positive because of this change? Is there anything that you specifically are looking forward to with this change in format?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say some things first, and then John can say some things. And then I think what we can do, even though our slides are a little bit out of order, John, the thing I think would be to take a little walk through the guide, and then we'll hop back to the and then we'll talk about the roadmap, and then hop back to the sort of the work announcement. But one of the things that I'm looking forward to is that, well, you know, C-CDA has not been audited since 2015. And part of a little bit of our discussion, or at least we're going to plant the seed today, is what's going to be included. How can we skinny it up? For example, are there templates in there that are, you know, not used at all? And if they were brought in, would need considerable design, because, you know, like the diagnostic report just simply is super hard. And so we're talking about skinning it up, and it's, you know, not going to be a small amount of work to get to reballoting, obviously, but after this January 2024 ballot, we will then hopefully be a lot skinnier. And the only thing we'll be adding will be, if there are things that are not covered in US CDI, in C-CDA that are published in US CDI. So streamlining the level of effort in order to reproduce this, you know, reproduce the guidance around US CDI and templates that are, you know, annual cycles. So, yeah, it's kind of making it a one-stop shop instead of documents all over that, you know, all over the place. Having a one-stop shop, kind of like US Core is right now.
Yes, that's helpful.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, just to echo what Gay said, to me, you know, I mentioned this earlier. I always remember Brett when we were, I don't know how many years ago, when we were talking about some changes to C-CDA, and he was just like, it is so hard. And I think Nelson even knows, right? It's so hard to generate a new version of C-CDA because you had these Word documents and you've got to convert. And this, one of the benefits of this, at least that I see, is it's easier to start to make changes because we've got it all in. We've got all the source files, and the source files are easy to change, and then just run a publisher, and boom, you get a web version of it, right? It's you know, I don't know the amount. I don't know the amount of work that John Demore and his team did on producing the web enabled version of C-CDA, but I can't, knowing the work that Rosemary and I did in what Lantana had originally done to produce this, right? You know, I can see how hard that was. And so this benefits of now having it all in that, like all of this, I mean, so the text pages are, you know, markdown pages, the actual profiles. So if we go into any of these, these templates, which are now profiles, right there, we've got them as source files. So to make a change is, you know, a simple matter. Oh, you need to add another section. You just add a section into the structure definition, rerun the publisher on it, and boom, it's there, right? And so that to me is the biggest thing, is it'll enable quicker from a standards organization. It'll enable us to make changes and to publish those changes way easier than we seemingly have in the past, right? And then, like you said, Matt, you know, from
what was done, you know, is key. Like right now, we just finished, or actually it's about to be out the door, the companion guide V4 in the old method, in the current method, I should say. And you know, we were as a team, there are three of us working on it, and it's like, wait, what was done? What did we do? Did we do everything? You know, you can't go back and see something necessarily as easily without a lot of permutations in a Word document that's eating up your computer. But yeah, maybe go down. I think a interesting one to see is just to, you know, go down into what was an entry template / profile, and then maybe highlight the, if we have time, just point out the how to read this guide, because there were a lot of questions. And when we first had the prototype out, about, well, you know, oh, this is missing and that's missing, but it actually wasn't missing. It just has a different presentation and but the same meaning. And so Jean and I added a page that says, you know, this thing looked like this in the PDF, and this is what it looks like in the structure definition publishing.
That's
Right.
very
That.
important. I do see Lisa Nelson has her hand up as
Yeah, I was
well.
just going to say, Lisa, you got your hand up. So
Mhm.
Thanks, Sean. I wanted to mention two other things I think that the CDA management group feels are really positive benefits of this forward direction, Matt. One is, I don't know if you knew it or not, but within the CDA community, we actually have two different languages for expressing CDA templates. There's another tool that's mostly used in other parts of the world that's called Art Decor. It does have one very important giant installation in the United States. All the work around TEFCA and Care Quality, the Sequoia group uses Art Decor for their implementation of consolidated CDA and all their validation of it. And we really had a problem because the tool developers, both Lantana for the Trifolia Workbench, which is what most people are familiar with in the United States, and the Art Decor, they didn't have the same constraint language, and managing and maintaining the templates through two different tools was really a problem. A lot of extra manual work and not much scalability for going forward. And so coming together in the CDA community to have a single format for how templates would be represented using structured definition was the compromise path forward for these two tools to get onto a single constraint language that could be exported and imported, you know, used interoperably between two different tools, so that the management of our CDA templates could live longer and benefit from using both tools. And I think that story extends to how we are trying to work forward to have the life and preserve the investment in CDA over time while the FHIR community is developing FHIR, is that these tools that we had weren't being invested in anymore because all the new investment is going into stuff that supports FHIR. And so by being able to maintain and create and manage CDA templates in tooling that is receiving current investment, it's really a change that helps the longevity of CDA going forward, because we'll be able to use tools now that will be continuing to be modernized, and they'll be aligned naturally with FHIR because it's the same tool that we're using. So I think for the community, this is a really positive message in terms of the go-forward strategy for supporting CDA.
yep, thanks, Lisa. So I'm currently showing, this is a document template, so consultation note. I just randomly picked on it, right? And so, you know, all of the constraints, you know, that are in that template are expressed, and you can see I'll maybe make it a little bigger, right? But it's in the CDA data types and the CDA, you know, names of things. So that's the underlying logical model. The CDA logical model is expressed that way, right? And so we've got, you know, any of these constraints, they're all here. And then if we click on, you know, so let's click on allergy and intolerances section. So that takes us to, you know, the section template for allergy and intolerances, right? And so again, you know, these are the fixed codes, right? They're there. And then it's got an allergy concern act, and you have to have one because this is the entries required, right? So again, if you've new or FHIR developers coming to this looks very much like a FHIR profile, because it's a profile on the underlying CDA logical model, right? And for us who've been reading and breathing the PDF, right, we do have the how to read guide, but it's not that much of a stretch from that. And again, everything's hyperlinked because the publisher gives us all that hyperlinking and everything, right? So I can go into the Allergy Concern Acts, and now we're looking at an actual entry template. And we, for this demo prototype and going forward, we've, everything that was in the PDF document is here somewhere, right? So there's the text that was around what the entry template was about, right? And it's, we've made sure that it's exactly the same. And so much so that when you're reading some of the top level information, right, it's weird because it's referring to PDFs, but we wanted to make sure that it was exactly the same just to show that we could do that.
What about the
And it's the
examples?
same, by the way, as the 2019 errata package.
Right, yeah. And I'll get to the examples in a bit, Matt. So
Roger that. Okay.
so we've got, all of the constraints and everything on here, and this goes into other, and then up at the top, no, we do have examples, and I never remember how to get to them. I have to go read my how to read.
Oh, you know what? I think just you have to go to the entry, right? To see the example in this, because this is one of the things that, one of the enhancements that has to be done yet is pulling in all the examples.
Right. I know we do have examples.
That's fine. I think I think like Gail said, if it's an improvement, it makes sense. Because with fire, I mean, I'm just still so new to it. I still have to rely on those examples to move forward. And you all have some really great examples in the PDF as well. So I was just curious.
Yeah. So here's the listing of all of the examples. So every example that was in the guide, because luckily, again, the examples task force had pulled out all of the examples out of the PDFs. So any of these snippets or examples are there. So we can click on them, and there they are in the full, exactly how they are in the PDF document.
Very nice.
Right. So yeah, again, everything that was in the existing guide is here in this guide. So we do have a how to read document that was produced. And like Gay said, it's showing, how do you find things? And then what are the differences, right? So what did it look like? So in the PDF document, it looks like this. And so the same kind of information is available in this version of the guide, and it looks like this, right? Where are the contained by templates? That you find, they're all there. It's just in different spots.
Oh, could you go back to the examples page? I see they have the XML and JSON tabs, just like Fire has. Can we click on like the XML tab? See how that looks? Oh, that's very nice.
No, so the way that you could, except the way that examples are done of logical models is they're done as binaries. So that's why you look and see this value here, right? It's basically
encoded.
This file encoded into a binary stream. So because it's not real, the examples weren't valid XML. We had ... to say, okay, here's where your discharge diagnosis act occurs, right? So it's really just a text XML blob that's then turned into binary. That's how it's done for examples of logical models, and that's some of the updating to the Trifolion Fire tooling to be able to support these kinds of examples.
Yeah, so I mistakenly mapped the examples in Fire, because the examples in Fire are some of them are like literal examples, but you are talking about the display of what was in the PDF, and that makes sense. Okay, I get it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there are probably some of the examples that are full, complete XML, and those ones we could have done as XML, and you could see that is one of you're sort of with JSON. That is one of the things, is the fact that we've got this published this way. You could create a JSON version of you now have the same way that Fire has JSON representations of things. You could have a JSON representation of C-CDA using these structure definitions. We
Exactly.
haven't tried to see if that makes any sense at all, because again, the
Mhm.
purpose so far has been just to reproduce what's in the PDF version of CCDA into this format.
Right, and that's a big enough challenge as is. So I like the conversation part of it, but I understand. I love the way it is currently. Yeah, it looks good.
Yeah, so that's it. I mean, again, the guide's been reproduced in every which way. So like, all of these, this is the exact design considerations that's in, volume 1, right? And again, if you're reading this, there'll be, it'll talk about, this volume 1, volume 2, because we've again recreated it exactly, right? So, but it's all there.
When there'll be another, we're discussing what it would look like when we add the companion guide guidance, the content, and but with respect to bringing in the templates, that's pretty easy because the most recent one that will be brought in. For example, if the problem template is V3 in C-CDA, but we have a V4 version of the problem template in the conditional guide, why the V4 will be the one that's retained. And but then there's also guidance, and so we're talking about what should that look like, and is it going to be? It'll be a top level, a top level selection item on the green bar, for example, and then there'll be drop downs to as far as different divisions of the guidance is what we're thinking right now.
Yep. So I've dropped a link in the chat to the guide. It's freely available, or obviously freely available, but it's available for anyone to look at. And it's obviously the same link that's in this presentation that people can get access to. But if people want to be looking at that while we're talking, you can do so.
Hello, my name is Michael Murdoch with DHIT. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. I had a question on value sets. If y'all had provide links and stuff within some of these guides to the value set, that rather than having to go out and Google another third party for the value set, can you go down and like within an entry go and say, okay, this value set is this versus that? You know what I mean?
Yep.
So you can directly,
you can see that in the PDF guides too. It links out to
yeah.
the VSEC. When they're housed in VSEC, it links out to the value set in VSEC. So you should never have had to do that.
Oh yeah.
But yes.
Okay.
So we have this, and then also the other. But you bring up a good point, because our intention is we very much over time want to make sure that C-CDA and US core align where possible. And of course, the main area where that can happen is value sets. So there will be some instances where we will leverage the value sets that are existing in FHIR as opposed to VSEC. Like for the problem one is a great example, and where we'll just potentially go to the same exact definition that the US core guide uses for condition.
And speaking with that, we're I noticed that we've been working with a new section, the payer section and so forth, and the value sets in CDA are for like relationship. You know what I mean? Is very. I mean, you may have 50 or 100 codes and so forth, but you go look in FHIR, there's 4. So I don't know if y'all are going to be using the new value sets in FHIR or not. What?
It depends. Yeah, I don't not. I mean, there aren't that many value sets that have that huge differential between the two. So I don't know if we're talking about different locations. I will tell you that there's been a lot of changes in the US core 6.0 version that's about to be published with respect to payer.
Okay.
And we'll see. That will be a great compare to make sure that that's an area we're definitely going to have to dig into and make sure when we reballot that things are.
Yeah, FHIR has like 4. Has 4,
Huh?
you know what I mean, and has parent, and then has this other category, and then on the C-CDA side, it has like mother, parent. If you go to the value set, it has like 3 or 4 pages of codes and possible codes, and you go to the payer side for relationship, and it has 4. You know what I mean? So it looks like you're going to have to put everything to other that doesn't match. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, we'll have to look. I'll have to, look at that point by point, but we could maybe, yeah, I
Okay.
mean, we can maybe work offline on that one. 'Cause I
Okay.
don't follow the discrepancy, to that degree. Anyway,
Okay.
I think that's definitely, I'm sure that the payer section or the payer templates are an area where we're gonna have to be sure that things don't diverge too much from each other.
And now that I've logged into VSAC and behind the scenes, right? So yeah, we do have the linking. So you click on it and Gay's right. That is true in the PDF, the links are there, but obviously, it's all just part of it. And that if you're logged in or can log into VSAC, then that you get to see the C-CDA value set. So
Well, thank
That's
you.
just the
I appreciate
problem
it.
type. Problem,
yeah, that was
Problem.
just a problem where it's just picking on various things.
Yeah.
So
Well, thank you.
Well, in
Thank
the
you.
interest of time, maybe we can pop to slide 8 and talk about
Yeah.
talk about timelines a little bit, and then come back to 6 and talk about the work. So we've been working on this for a little while. It actually precedes 2022 a little bit, but we started here. So our first above the line timeline there is with respect to the publisher enhancements, and that's what's being worked on right now. And we do have a bit of overlap here with the timeline below, because we anticipate there'll be changes and adjustments with the tooling as we start to implement the errata and US-CDI design. And so our intention is to first apply the errata, and well, not first, but kind of in concert, just because of pressure from doing continuing with the cycle of updating for US-CDI. So we'll start with errata, but then we'll begin design discussions and application of US-CDI for design as we proceed through, kind of in concert. But hopefully we don't have too many erratas, but there will be some design changes that errata against or comments against C-CDA that were determined to be design changes and not ever applied in errata. So it's not going to be a small job. We recognize it's going to be a big job. And then, the usual sort of pattern stars kind of represent pencils down for submitting to ballot. And then you'll see the usual comment application and conciliation period, and then kind of another drop dead date with when we need to publish. So, and then actually just pop down to the next slide too for a second, and then we'll go back to the work one. This is just to show you all, in case you're not familiar. I know some people may be very familiar with this on the call and others not. We kind of do a little leapfroggy thing where we're constantly responding to US-CDI. In July, right now, the draft of US-CDI v4 is out. It will be formally published usually in July. We anticipate beginning design perhaps even before then, because we haven't. I think they're top 20 or something like that are ones that will on that PDF review of the draft US-CDI v4. There's probably a pretty good chance that those are going to proceed on. And then the other remaining ones that are in draft, I think they'll decide based on comments and whatnot. Anyway, so then we begin design. We have the ballot, and then publish in May. And theoretically, right now we're about to go into this year's stop, breathe, and start again. And so that's where but then this approach to the January ballot is going to be a big. So now let's pop back to that 6 that talks about the work RFP that's out there. So in that, we've recognized the extent of work, and that this last year and in the previous years, various people have done the work here either in kind or as part of their current roles over the past couple of years, and this work is going to be big in order for Brett and I to just absorb it. And so we've put a contract announcement out that help us. We still will be working with the design and still helping and, you know, doing a lot of work too, but, you know, the bulk of the IG building and whatnot, we anticipate will be handed off to the folks who are willing to jump in and help us out. And so we, I think they have to be in by the 28th, April 28th, right? John?
Yeah, the announcement was sent out April 4th, and proposals are due by the end of this week. Yeah.
So, if anyone's interested, we hope to get at least a couple people that are interested in working with us. So that maybe slots. Yeah, just pop down. Yeah, this is my fun little slide here. Click, click, click. So yeah, it's like it just to show that it's like it's a constant response and changes, and we're hoping that the structure definition publication will make this updating a little bit easier.
The frog.
All right. So again, now this next topic is just kind of to plant an idea, but we'd really like to, if anybody's coming to the work group meeting, also we're going to have some sessions, a little bit more extensive discussion about this. But as you know, I had alluded to earlier, there are templates in there that really have not been used pretty much since it was published. And so we're talking about what heuristics, we have to figure out what heuristics we can use to determine what we can bring forward and what doesn't need to be brought forward and or shouldn't be brought forward because there's just too much work. You know, it would be like a whole additional project. For example, that's what the case would be with the diagnostic imaging report in there. And you know, and I think that, you know, we have other templates that cover the basics for US CDI with respect to your just basic radiology information. So, you know, another thing to talk about, and you know, this may be beyond just structured docs discussion, but you know, is it possible that we really need the section templates that are entries not required anymore? That's another heuristic we might think about. But, you know, especially since we have a way of nulling sections and nulling entries, which, as you know, the industry takes advantage of. And so yeah, we skipped to the next slide. I think we wanted to maybe open up and talk about this a little bit and see if anyone had some ideas of what kind of things are no longer needed, or what heuristics, you know, can we make it leaner? Are there any outdated templates that are no longer relevant or outdated? Anything, you know, what type of things are not used in industry? And you know, as I've said, if it was used, if the concept is needed in the industry, but the template is completely not capturing things, you know, should it be dropped for now and maybe brought in future? And you know, just so not to scare people, the PDF will still be out there, you know, so you could, you know, do that earlier version or refer to that earlier version if you wanted to. You know, that's what your institution is wanting to do. So we're talking about what can we do to make this new publication style even leaner than it currently is. And yeah, so does anyone have a sense about heuristics? We don't, you know, not only can we not go on have time to delve into the individual templates to discuss, but at the work group meeting where, you know, you see down there, it says review of templates, we'll be listing templates that will be going over time to determine, you know, do we need that and do we not need that and what have you. But I'm just wondering, are there any other heuristics that folks would be interested in bringing up with respect to the leaning of the housekeeping, the house cleaning?
I'm going to step in for a bit, just really quickly. I don't want to overtake and talk too much, but it's very comforting when you say the PDF will still exist. What about that online version of the implementation guide? How is that related? Will that be affected by the structured definition approach?
No, that will be what we call it, really like to call the navigation tool, because how that is created is between leveraging like sample files from GitHub, like and also pointing to examples task force. That is essentially built off of a PDF. So there won't be another PDF build, and the intention is that, so that will still be active for as it currently exists. Actually, probably it will be updated again for this next companion guide that is just about to be published.
Mhm.
But after that, it will be the same. So it won't be added. Nothing will be added to it. It won't be. I guess it'll be maintenance mode as opposed to, there won't be any changes to it. With respect to new design. So that will be sort of on the same level as the PDF.
That's great. Like as long as there's no deprecation, because that assurance that the old way will still be there for a little bit even is really helpful, because it took a while for some people, at least for me, to get used to these new tools. But that new tool came from somewhere, right? It had to be new before anything else. So I love the newness that is happening, but I do rely on that that particular navigator. It's really helpful.
Great. Okay. All right. So what do people think about the general concept of not bringing forward, I'll use those different words, not bringing forward certain templates? Not enough coffee yet, I guess. Hopefully the discussion will get, we'll get more into the discussion when we actually.
Yeah, this is
start
Lisa.
going.
One thing I could contribute is that we're trying to make progress in the space of moving fax to digital, and there's been some progress with all the movement in AI and whatever that kind of advancing natural language processing and stuff to be able to identify areas of documents and at least slot copy into structured parts that would make up a document. I think that as we try to lift up the bottom, being able to transition from just a fax blob, to structured information that at least is organized in the standard sections, which then will eventually be able to be organized as machine processable entries as the technology gets better. I would hope that getting rid of that we can talk somewhere more before decisions are made about getting rid of the entries not required templates, because that is kind of a stepping stone between not having documents that are structured at all to documents that are at least structured so that the right information is in the right sections. And it's a kind of a progression step. So I would like to, at least I wanted to just let you know that there are use cases out there for using the sections that don't require entries.
Yeah, I know, but I think that it's definitely worth a discussion though, because are we at a place in our industry now where we with the ones that are not entries not required, and they're and there's the entries required, obviously we still need those. I mean, there's a number of sections that simply don't have any required entries, right? So, and maybe that fits the use case. But anyways, I just was throwing it out there as something that we should potentially discuss and find out from, and actually this is a great place where if we had more time and maybe tomorrow we could have, that could be one of the breakout sessions is to get some industry input. How much do folks use those sections? All right, I think we're
At the top of the hour. Thank you, everyone.
Can I just make one comment? This is Jim Grew. I'm really happy that the new EHRs are seeing this, to understand that they can have input into those implementation guides and, the guidance for it. But I just want to mention to the providers and the office administrators that are here, this type of a technical discussion must be really exciting for them. I just want to assure them that I don't understand these technical people when they talk either. So I don't want to lose anybody during the break. Our presentation the next hour won't be quite as technical. Thank you.
Saying we did a bad job.
No, you did a great job.
No.
All right, thanks, everybody. Maybe we'll have some more time to talk tomorrow.
Very welcome.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, so now we've got a 15-minute break so people can get coffee. For those of us on the West Coast, we can wake up. And then when we're back at a quarter after the hour, we've got Jim will be doing first part of his topic. And like I said, I've seen his guide and I'm really interested in the questions he's going to have for all of us. So 15 minutes for everyone, and we'll be back at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, whatever time zone you're in. Natasha, I see you're on the line. We don't have, one of the things we didn't do that we so enjoyed was those in between break times. So we had all the surveys about which is better, cake or pie, or so we're not as, we miss you and your fun things.
Thank you. Just remember to bring up peanut butter and jelly at lunch and we'll be all good.
Exactly. Yeah. I'll show everyone my English muffins that soak up the jelly.
It's all melty.
Yeah.
Excellent plan.
John, should we go over and should we switch over the screens now while we're waiting?
Yeah, I will. When I'm done, I'll pass it off to you.
John, this is Lisa. We had a topic that had action items associated with it for like many, many sessions. I mean, almost a couple of years, where I think Emma Jones originally had requested some sort of a value set comparison tool.
Yep.
And the NLM released something, and I ran into them at HIMSS, and I asked for documentation about how to use it, and they sent me a link this morning, which I put in chat, and I posted it into the Confluence area where the CDA Implementation-A-Thon open action items get documented. So there's like histories that more people than just the folks that hear about it today will have access to that link. But just for people who do work with value sets and especially try to figure out how they're changing over time, that's what the primary purpose of that tool is.
Yeah, and Susan had reached out to NLM, and so they had sent us the same. We have that in the last deck today, so we have the link to it. But thanks for putting that in chat as well. Yeah.
Very useful. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got it up here. How to compare versions and. All right, 5-minute warning. We're going to resume at the quarter after the hour. While we're waiting, I just want to thank you to all the first time IATs. I'm looking through the participant list, and there's a lot of names I recognize, but there's also a lot of names I don't. I want to thank you all for coming. Hopefully, this will be the beginning of multiple IATs for many of you.
Hey, John, I'd really like to know their organization names if they could edit their names.
Sure. Yeah. If
Sounds
people
good.
do that, you can go in and edit your names and add in where you're from.
I did that initially. I just wasn't sure of the protocol, even though I've been there a couple of years. Wasn't sure. What
Well,
to
we
do
know
there.
who you are, Matt. We're expecting yodeling later on, but
You
But
know,
the new people may not know who you are, Matt.
Yeah, yeah,
That's the
exactly.
important
Yes.
thing.
and they may not know. And I try to just come in with a bang. So, keep everybody interested, because these are like somebody mentioned, these are complex topics, but you just got to find your little way in there. There's something in there for everybody. I promise.
Yep.
I'm typing into Chat GPT right now. What did John mean when he said quarter after the hour? I'm a young whippersnapper, so I don't understand that time is separated by 4 quarters in an hour. I just had to take it there to see, just to be sure.
Yeah.
Oh, you meant 15 minutes. Oh, there we go. Got it. Oh.
All right. So hopefully everyone's back. I've got it at 9:15 on my clock, 11:15 Eastern. So as I said, topic 2 and topic 3. So this hour before the lunch break, and then the hour after the lunch break, Jim Grew is here to do some. I'll stop sharing, and he'll be able to present to talk us through some of the issues that specialty providers have when they're messaging C-CDAs back and forth between their EHRs. So go ahead, Jim.
Great, thank you, John. Are you hearing me okay, and are you seeing my screen?
Yep.
Let's move some things out of the way here. Okay. Alrighty, well, I'm Jim Grew, and I'm really privileged to be part of this event. I'm going to be joined in this presentation with Dennis Ball, who is one of the technical people in the presentation, and also with Betty Bars, who will be working with me to do the demonstration of how interoperability hopefully should work when C-CDAs and direct messaging work as provider-to-provider communications. Today, we're going to be concentrating on the barriers that are faced by smaller EHRs and specialty providers in utilizing direct messaging and sharing patient information through C-CDAs. I really want to welcome some of the new EHRs that are participating in here. I'm glad you got to see the last session and see that, if you're interested in it, you can participate in the process of the, creating the interoperability guides that are out there. HL7 always welcomes additional people to get involved in that process. And for the providers that are here, we're going to do something a little bit different. As you can see from the first presentation, this is typically a pretty technical session, but I think it's important for especially the small EHRs and everybody to hear the efforts that have been made. So even though we haven't been successful using direct messaging to much extent with the smaller EHRs and specialty providers, it's important for everybody to hear the effort that's been made and the importance of having it actually work. So I think you're going to see that there's a lot of barriers to moving ahead. And one of the main goals of this part of the presentation is we'll be identifying these barriers, and we're not going to be able to address them all today, but there's a need for an ongoing process to be able to address them. And I think that's one of the main goals of what I'd like to accomplish is when we finish having a path, a strategy for moving ahead that we can actually make progress. The last thing is just feel free to, comment, jump in any time that you want, just unmute yourself and feel free to comment on any of this. So if we look at the status of interoperability in the country, what we see is that there's a lot has been done already. You know, the infrastructure that you just saw, the implementation guides of how do you create a C-CDA, how do you do that? HL7 has been working on that for a long time. So on top of those guides, then there's putting in the data. And at the hospital level, at the large level, there's a lot of interoperability happening where hospitals can talk to other hospitals with TEFCA, hospitals can talk to other hospitals in other parts of the country. That really, there's been a ton of work there. We've got a lot of work to do at the provider to provider level to make direct messaging work the same way. It's important to understand how much effort it's taken to get to where we are now. I think Brian is on. I'm going to ask if he's from one of the large EHRs. I'd just like him to make a few comments to help us understand the effort that's been made already to get to where we are.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. So I work at Epic, and I work in our primarily in our C-CDA area where we're generating C-CDA documents. And I've been involved in this area for the last couple of years. And I think that in my experience, it's really sort of an ongoing, like, living process, and something that never really ends. Like, we try to participate in various HL7 events and structured documents work group regularly, so that we can not only stay up to date with changes that are happening, but also so that we can bring issues and challenges that we are finding during our day-to-day work to the C-CDA community and discuss it, and either ask for solutions or try to work towards solutions. I think a good example of this was seeing like the full cycle of this interaction was when we worked on the US CDI V2 designs in fall of 2021. It was very rewarding to be involved from the process, from sort of the beginning, from reviewing the new data elements that were in US CDI V2 to participating with HL7 and the examples task force and with Gay in working through designing the templates and the guidance around that, and then going through the balloting process. And then ultimately, once that's done, taking that body of work that we helped like review and provide input on and bring that back to our development team at Epic to implement it. So we were able to sort of be involved in that whole process. So it was really rewarding for us. It really helped us like understand the background of where this guidance and where all of this standards generation came from. And I think that like, that's just one example, but it's something that we find like we're constantly adding new data elements to the documents that we generate. We're constantly, you know, if we're not doing something in a best practice manner, we're constantly like updating our documents to move towards the best practice. So it's really like an ongoing living process, and we're constantly, there's never like an end state. We're constantly trying to better what we're doing and how we're interoperating with other vendors.
Thank you, Ryan. That's really helpful. I appreciate that. So you can see that, you know, and like Ryan said, a lot of ongoing effort has been going on. When we start looking at the specialty providers and the smaller EHRs, though, we see a different situation. And not to blame the EHRs, because there's a different set of challenges that small EHRs and specialty providers have to face in doing this. And one of the big issues we're going to talk a lot about today is in US CDI 1, there really was no specialty data. And that significantly affects how specialty providers were able to use the technology, even if it worked well, when the main data they needed to share with each other wasn't even included in much of the mapping. So what you find in the field out there right now is really a lot of confusion about how the technology is even supposed to work, and definitely a lot of frustration. And to be honest with you, it's pretty rare to find small independent specialty providers that are able or are communicating through direct messaging to any extent at all. So we have a couple of people here attending just to pass along some of their experiences and what they're currently finding in trying to use the technology. Thomas Brown is the CEO of a large ophthalmology program that's been attempting to use this technology for a while and does use it to some extent successfully. But I think it would be helpful for everybody to hear his perception of the importance of it and a little bit of the history of how they've tried and are using it. So Thomas.
Thank you, Dr. Grew. Hope everyone can hear me, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. Like Dr. Grew said, I did not understand anything from the first hour, but I guess that's not really my job. But I appreciate all of you that are putting efforts into making this system work. Our practice began getting calls from our local hospital asking us to take care of diabetic patients, performing dilated eye exams on diabetic patients. And their primary care doctors that were associated with that hospital system were using direct messaging and C-CDAs within their system to communicate with one another, and wanted that ability to send that information out to providers within the community to help schedule patients to be seen within our organization for the purposes of performing those dilated eye exams, for which they got bonus payments from payers by achieving certain goals. That being said, I think Ryan mentioned that he was with Epic. Epic is the system that our local hospital system uses. And we have for several years now been receiving referrals from the hospital in the forms of direct messages and C-CDAs coming through with data necessary to schedule patients and then communicate back to those doctors within that organization the information on the patients that we then saw. So in that respect, for several years now, the communication system that I think y'all been working on for a while has worked beautifully to help us get those referrals and to communicate back with the providers in that hospital setting. However, in the city of Memphis, where I'm located, there's a limited number of ophthalmology providers, and there's a great number of diabetic patients within this community. And as such, that really my office and even the other ophthalmology practices within the community are not in a position to manage all of the care necessary to examine all of the diabetic patients within this community. So we really need a much larger pool of providers by which to work with to take care of those patients. And that's where we ran into our problems. Again, communicating with the hospital back and forth was absolutely no problem whatsoever once we got the system up and running. But to communicate with the other doctors within the community, to the extent that we may be overloaded with patients and need to refer them out to other providers within the community, or even just to set up models whereby we could jointly take care of these patients. I think 5 years ago, Dr. Grew started working with us with one other office in town. That office actually contacted us. It was an optometric practice saying, we would like to have the ability to communicate back and forth between our two offices. To this day, we have yet to send or receive a direct message or C-CDA with that office. And again, as Dr. Grew said, I don't think this is pointing fingers at the EHRs or anything like that, but just the process has been so complex. And whereas Epic and these large hospital systems with numerous specialties have done a great job creating the ability to communicate among the specialties within their system, the more independent EHRs that are out here. First, I think there's a little bit of a question as to whether specialists actually want to have that ability. We've gotten that feedback multiple times, that ours is the only practice in the country that is requesting this ability, which I don't believe is completely true, but I think it does speak to the fact that this new technology and this new form of communication has not caught hold across the country. And so there's a little bit of truth in that. And then it's just the matter of having two independent systems sit down together, or to look to find the standard that is created, and both of those systems agree to build a standard of, build their individual systems to that standard. And again, this has been a process that for 5 years we've been trying to do with just one office, and to this day we have still not been able to complete that task. And so that's a little bit of the experience that we are having. We believe that there's a great opportunity and a need for this. We could really get down into the weeds of healthcare, and the declining number of ophthalmologists in the country as a result of public policies established 30 years ago. And the increasing, the large increase in the number of diabetic patients and such that are growing in the community based on demographic changes with regard to the baby boomers. We've got declining numbers of specialists and dramatically increasing population, and a need for specialists to be able to coordinate care with their other providers within the community. And this technology is critical to that. And again, I appreciate the work that y'all are doing to make it a reality. But I will tell you that it's been 5 years and we have not been able to communicate with one office within this community. So Dr. Grew, if I'm leaving something out, please let me know. But that's a little bit, our story with regard to this with this technology.
Oh, thank you, Thomas. That was great. We also have here Chris Cooper, who is one of the offices that would like to communicate with Thomas's organization. And I just want him to share just briefly his, I would say, frustration with the attempts to do that. Chris?
Morning. Thank you, Dr. Grew. I appreciate the opportunity. And to each one of you who are here today, thank you for what you're doing. If you haven't seen some of the recent data, American Medical Association says about 70% of docs are feeling some degree of burnout. And I truly believe that those of you who are here today are going to be a part of solving that doctor burnout crisis that we see here in this country. So thank you for what you've done and for what you will do. I must say, unlike Ryan in his rewarding work, I'm on the a lot of frustration side of that. You heard some of that echo from Thomas Brown. The example would be like a cataract patient has surgery with one of Thomas's surgeons yesterday, and then they're in our office the next day. We're closer to the patient's home, their postoperative care with us, but the transfer of care, the surgical op notes, that's not available to us. If we were able to communicate electronically, then of course that file could immediately be transferred, not waiting on the fax machine to try to get that here to us, because that ultimately delays the patient, delays care, and certainly I think impacts the world. My experience has been when working with local providers, the diabetic patients, of course, is a big focus. And so we literally went into their office to try to help them and help ourselves. They worked from their side and their EHR trying to talk and send that data. Wasn't successful in that. We fast forward to another provider we've been working with, and they're actually able to at least send some communication through direct messaging. However, when the file comes in, Our EHR requires us to know who that is, and there's no viewer built in. And so our workaround is that we have to go in and attach it to Mickey Mouse file just to be able to see who we're actually dealing with. Then we go back and actually find the appropriate chart to attach it to. So lots of time-consuming efforts to try to increase our efficiency and certainly our outcomes for patients. We're not there. I know that this organization is dedicated to seeing that's going to happen. Again, really appreciate what you're doing.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate that. So one of the things that we've seen along the lines of the problems that you're seeing is that recently, pretty much all the hospitals that I've contacted in the last month or so, every provider has a direct address in every large hospital that I've spoken to recently. And that's changed from what was going on a few years ago, but there's still challenges with that. And even though a lot of providers have a direct address, doesn't mean that they know how to use the technology or they're able to use it. And also the support from local IT departments is often pretty difficult to get any information. So in 2 hospitals I spoke to last week, even though every one of their providers had a direct address, the IT department could not give us any assistance. They weren't familiar with the technology. So we have somebody else here, Dr. Shamrow is here, and we need to sort of keep this moving along. But he has some current experiences on trying to connect just in the last week or so. So I'd like him to share those experiences with us.
Good morning, group. This is Dr. Richard Shamrow. As Jim mentioned, I'm an optometrist that practices in a rural setting in Northeast Indiana. 2 offices, town of 10,000 and a town of 3,000 with a large geographic base. Like most practitioners in our eye care domain, we're almost exclusively independent of the large health systems. In fact, within our specialty referral network, only a couple of providers fall under the IU health system. So we made an initial attempt, and I was surprised by pulling this date, but back in 2014, we made an effort to connect with both the larger local health systems that were the umbrella organizations for most of the primary care practitioners, along with the rheumatologists and the endocrinologists that we frequently exchange information, along with the specialty providers in the eye care domain, most notably retinologists and neuro-ophthalmology and surgical glaucoma. Coming out of that initiative, we were only successful engaging with one retina group that initiated sending consultation reports and progress notes through the direct messaging system, no C-CDA. As an aside, in our discussions with one of the large local health systems, we were pointed in the direction of a centralized fax number to reduce the confusion of numerous fax numbers, and were ceremoniously offered information magnets to place near our fax machine. Along with the relative disinterest in pursuing connected care, numerous technical obstacles were still quite prevalent. So forwarding now to our more recent attempt, which is much more of an optimistic, brighter outlook here. So we once again sought to establish and promote our connection with enhanced health information exchange and coordination of care. And we actually hired a former staff member to spearhead this effort. Interestingly, the reception received from the 3 large local health systems was much better. In fact, we were encouraged by the mutual interest in connecting. Along with the health systems, 3 local retinologist groups have been very receptive to engage with direct messaging too. While this project involves reaching out to a large number of entities, there is definitely a very changed landscape in terms of interest and effort to make it happen. In discussion with independent local primary care physicians, a common theme is limited access to their patients' information, including discharge summaries, a recurrent theme. As an aside, just this past week, our office has been able to overcome the hurdle of not only receiving C-CDAs, but has also been able now to consume the information into the patient's chart. That was a huge step. That said, the technical pitfalls have been numerous and discouraging. In discussing this initiative with colleagues, several have identified major issues within their EHR system. Also, an aside, last week we received an unsolicited consult from a local health group under a large health system for a diabetic evaluation for a new patient to our practice. This too was a huge step forward. So I just want to say thanks, appreciate being invited to share our experiences here, and we look forward to continued improvement and development. Thanks.
Thank you, Rich. Okay, so one of the issues that we're dealing with, so we have one more guest administrator to comment, and then we'll be done with outside, and we'll get a little bit more into the specific issues that we're dealing with. But when we start looking at why there's problems in specialty areas that we don't really see as much in general medicine, I think we have to analyze how those two work. Like a lot of providers that are part of big health systems, as patients come in, each of their patients are receiving care within that health system, and they all use the same EHR. So interoperability is mostly between one big health system with another big health system. That occurs, it certainly occurs, but it doesn't occur patient after patient during the day as we're working on it. So a lot of those interoperability issues don't really get exposed until you go into where it's used in a different way. So now if we look at the independent specialty providers, every patient sitting in that doctor's chair has a different primary care physician that uses a whole variety of different EHRs. So throughout the day in a specialty practice, those providers are seeing patients, they're communicating, they're sending referrals to a whole big variety of different EHRs. And that's different, a completely different scenario when you sort of look at these issues from the specialty provider's vantage point versus a large hospital system vantage point. So a lot of these issues with interoperability become much more obvious and much more important issues as you do that. We have one more guest, Gretchen, that is in an ophthalmology practice. She's the administrator for an ophthalmology practice who has some really specific needs to communicate with the referral optometrists that refer the surgery to them. And I'd just like her to share her experience.
Hi, again, my name is Gretchen Kimball, and I am the practice administrator at Mississippi Vision in Jackson, Mississippi. We are a cataract and refractive surgical practice with 2 MDs performing approximately 4,500 cataracts a year. Of those 4,500 cataract surgeries, about 85% of them are referred in from our area optometrists. We have about 100-mile capture radius with about 100 to 125 optometrists who refer in their surgical patients to us. Of that 85% of that 4,500, we co-manage postoperative care with about 50% of those cases. So about 50% of those are going back to their local optometrist within that 125-mile capture radius to receive their postoperative care, as opposed to having to come back here at a 100-mile round trip, sometimes a 50-mile round trip visit. So we have struggled for years to communicate properly with those local optometrists regarding our postoperative care. I have struggled. I saw the benefit of direct messaging 10 years ago, and to this day believe that if I could make it work in my network, my referral network, it would be game changing for us. First of all, CMS requires that we have in our record postoperative data from those patients to close that referral loop to ensure continuity of care. Second, from a MIPS perspective, we are scored based on receiving that data back. And we also need it from a clinical perspective to manage our patients, to monitor our surgical outcomes, to ensure that we are providing the best quality care for our patients. And sending and receiving that data via fax filling out. We have over the years provided various forms to our optometric base. They handwrite postoperative visual acuities and refractive data on this tear-off sheet and fax it off to us. And then in my office, that requires manual man-hours to receive that fax, then manually enter that data back into our EHR. As you can imagine, the success rate of that is abysmal. And we really do struggle to receive and send those data points back and forth between our optometric base. I have been working with our EHR system, and much like Thomas mentioned earlier, for years, I felt like I was beating my head against a brick wall because I was the only one asking for this. Nobody else wanted it. Nobody else was using it. And that is, I agree with Thomas. It's not necessarily untrue, because I believe that many practitioners like us tried this 8-10 years ago when the technology was first available, and it didn't work. And it was difficult to use and cumbersome, and nobody understood how it worked. And so everybody said, okay, that's not going to work. We're just going to stick with our fax machines. And we are still to this day fighting against that mentality. Recently, though, I have been very encouraged. My EHR has recently formed a task force. We have weekly meetings about this. My EHR specifically is working very diligently to try to produce and to try to refine their product to make it usable and useful for us. And I am very encouraged by that. I am hopeful that with your help, that our EHR systems are going to be better able to refine this technology so that it can become a useful and usable product for us. Because as I said before, it would truly be game-changing in my practice if we could successfully communicate these data points electronically. Let me know if there's anything else you need.
Thank you, Gretchen. Appreciate that. Okay, so again, kind of summarizing the issue that we're dealing with here is now we're dealing with practices who the first issue they're dealing with is receiving the C-CDA. And I think, as John mentioned earlier on, initially in this process, we were really concentrating on creating the C-CDA and the guidance to create those. Now what we're dealing with in the specialty EHRs is really starting, the process really starts with consuming information. So we're going to do just a real quick video, and Betty Bars is going to join me in that video. And the reason we're doing the video is to show you the sequence that's very common in specialty offices. It typically starts by data coming in through a process like No2 or Commonwealth or Care Quality, where you go out, the provider's system goes out and it gets information. That information needs to be consumed into the workflow. Then that office, and in our scenario we're going to show you, that's consumed, it's a patient in an optometric office that then ends up consuming the data that was retrieved through No2, and then creating a referral to an ophthalmology practice who then recreates another C-CDA and sends it to another office. And again, in that process, that's a typical process that happens many, many times in a day in these specialty practices. So you're consuming it, you're using that data to create another C-CDA that then gets consumed in another office. And when you look at the sequence, sometimes that process happens repetitively 6 to 8 times in the care of a particular patient. So Betty's going to join me in a quick demo here, just so that everybody sort of can be thinking of it the same way that we experience when we're working on this. So what I've asked Betty to do is, in this sequence, we're going to start with the system went out through No2, retrieved a C-CDA that was actually created by Epic, and she's going to be consuming that. We're not going to show the Epic process because Epic has this so automated that there's really nothing to show. So the first place we're going to see it is in the inbox for Betty's EHR. What I've asked Betty to do is to show us each of the steps so you understand, everybody kind of sees what's happening there. And then when she recreates it, she'll do a little bit of an exam, add just a couple of items, recreate a C-CDA, send it on to another EHR where we'll consume it. And in that one, we're not going to go through all the steps. We're going to do more of an automated process. So hopefully this will give everybody a kind of a visual of what the whole rest of the presentation is trying to accomplish. So Betty.
Yes. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Grew. Happy to be here and participate. My name is Betty Bars, and I'm a product manager for the specialty EHR. So starting from the schedule, we can see we have a new patient scheduled, Yolanda Tremblay. The night before the appointment, No2 systems will go out and identifies the patients that we want information for, and it will return that data through a secure direct email message. Okay, what we can see is going into our message center. We have the patient direct secure email already there in the inbox. We see it's in bold because it's brand new. The CCD did come from Epic. As we scroll, we can see and go and show the CCD. We can see we have the content here that came from Epic, the medications, the problems, any lab results, all that content shows directly here. Okay, next video.
Okay.
Okay, so now it's time to consume the CCD. So walking through the steps in order to import the data into our system, we were able to assign the CCD out. I'm not going to, okay, sorry, it's just lagging a little bit. Perfect, okay. What we're doing is assigning the CCD.
Is this right, that video, Betty?
No, I think it skipped.
Okay, wait a minute. So just so everybody knows, we didn't want to do a live demo. Actually, we were afraid of that. So we pre-recorded the video, but Betty is talking to the video. Okay, so here we go. I just started this video, Betty.
Perfect. Okay, now we're importing the data. So what we can see on the left is we have the CCD, like the patient demographics that came in from the CCD. On the right, it's matching it to patients in our system. From here, we can validate all the demographics matched before we confirm it's the correct patient. At this point in time, now what we can do is import the data. Starting with the problems, we can come and review and individually add any of the problems that we'd like to exist and attach to the patient's record. Then jumping on the same thing with meds and then allergies after this. So we could see what exists. This is a brand new patient, so they don't have anything on the record currently. Everything we're adding brand new. And at this point, we can save. And all that data will be attached to the patient's record at this point in time. Okay, next video. Perfect. So now we can see whenever we open up the patient's record, all this information is attached to their summary. So the problems, the meds, and the allergies, all that data got imported.
Very good. Thank you, Betty. So now what Betty, did I skip part? Did you have more to do?
There was one more video where we created a brand new exam and then created that referral out.
Okay.
So it should have been this video, that last one on the screen, it looked like.
Is that the one?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. Yep. So this is the last part. We've already imported the data. We've reconciled it. Now we want to go ahead and create a new exam and send out that referral. So for purposes of this demo, I don't create a comprehensive exam. I just focus on creating the referral content. So from here, I navigate to our assessment section. I can come and import the allergies, the problems, and meds, which are attached to the patient record. I'm just attaching them to this exam. And then lastly, for assessment, after I import the data, I'm able to add any new data to this visit. So I add 2 different diagnoses. The first one is nuclear cataracts, and then the second one is diabetic retinopathy. And from this point, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a referral and send it out to the patient for evaluation for cataract surgery to an ophthalmologist. In addition, we would send a progress note back to the primary care provider as well. So what I'm doing here is just adding a subject. As well as attaching the C-CD. You can see from here, I'm just globally importing all the data that exists for this patient record. From here, I can review it or preview it, make sure all the content is correct and what I'd like to send out. I can see I have allergies, meds, and problems, as well as the new content I've added today. At this point, I'm done previewing and I'm able to send out the C-CD.
Can you say why you're sending a C-CD rather than a referral note at this point?
You are correct. I would be sending out a referral. Sorry, I know I keep saying C-CD, but it would be a referral note. That's correct.
And I had a question. You may not know the answer, but I wanted to ask it now because it kind of sets the stage for a discussion that we might have later. Thank you for this great real-world demonstration. This is Lisa Nelson, and I wanted to ask about the process of importing information that's created from Epic into EHR number 2, and then passing that information on to EHR number 3, where what you just demonstrated. And whether anybody is thinking about what provenance of the data is preserved as it moves from Epic to the next doctor's EHR and then transferred out to the third doctor's EHR, and whether or not anybody knows if the identifiers associated with these problems, allergies, meds, etc., are being persisted as they transfer across systems, or if any other provenance information is being persisted so that when the third doctor receives that referral note and decides whether to ingest information into his or her system, if we can actually tell the difference between the diagnoses that originally came from the Epic system versus those 2 new diagnoses that were added by the doctor who was using the second EHR.
That's hi Lisa, this is Dennis. Yeah, that's a very good point, and that's not happening. I don't think that's exactly with the data provenance being, the first level. I actually don't think that that's being maintained, and I'm not seeing that it's being maintained in any EHR system at this point. And that brings up a good point about IDs, keeping the same IDs to be consistent with the types of results and the problems, but also the provenance being maintained, the care team being maintained as it's being ingested from the different systems. And I don't think that's not being done at this point, Lisa, but that's a very good point. That is something that is for discussion.
It always feels hard to make the weight heavier, and I'm sure a lot of you who just expressed your frustrations would just be so happy if we could just get the darn little bits of pieces of information from one place to another. But it does seem to me at the point in time, 5 years into this from when you guys were first getting started, if we rolled back, we might have been happy to just accept the data flowing from one place to another. But we know so much more about the value of the information being tied to understanding where it came from and whose opinion or whose point of view it really represents. So I think, just the challenge, if we're going to go in and start getting people working together better, let's not aim for where we wish we were 5 years ago. If we're going to start working on this problem today, let's aim for where we know we should be, not just try to go back and fix where we didn't get to 5 years ago.
I totally agree. Totally agree. So that is a very good objective. And so with the rules for US CDI, being only one level of provenance, most people, as they author their documents, they're keeping their level of provenance. They're not maintaining provenance, between the systems. And we need to be doing that, keeping the IDs from the original source, flowing those throughout the C-CDAs as it travels on its journey to maintain the integrity is so important. And that's not being done. I mean, even with the rules of the systems following the spirit of certification, most systems are only importing, and definitely the smaller systems, the medications, allergies, and problems, the other sections are not even being included as per, a lot of the requirements. So those things need to change over time. And we need to start seeing more and more of that being incorporated into all EHR systems.
Definitely. I think in this last video, I'll be able to show the issue that Lisa just raised, actually. So this is now the ophthalmology level. The data that we're going to see in here, some of it originated originally out of Epic. It went through another EHR. Now we're looking at it in a third EHR. So one of the issues in eye care, for example, let's look at things like height and weight and BMI. Those aren't done within the eye care office. Those are received from the primary care physician. And there are issues that at the ophthalmology level, if the referral came in from the optometrist, so you can see this is the same data that you saw in the previous EHR. We're just showing you that was received. Now we're just simply consuming it, and we're going to show you what it looks like once it's consumed into the third EHR. And the data, so now you're going, what it showed you is this patient wasn't in there. Now we're searching for the patient, and you'll see that this system actually set the patient up that didn't exist, took the demographics, and you can see that that was all set up automatically by the system itself. And then we're going to go in and we're going to look at the data that you saw being created in the previous EHR, now in this EHR. And the steps that you just saw are all it takes to import it. I mean, it takes seconds to do it when you have this technology. It's such a great efficiency. So you can see those medications are there and the problems are there. It's hard to read it because it's a little bit small, but you can see that the problem list now was a combination of the problem list that came in, the patient problem list that came in from Epic, and then Betty added 2 problems to it. So in this one, we have both. And that's where it becomes really important to know who made those diagnoses. And that's what Lisa is talking about, is us not being able to maintain that provenance. So in the case of, like, let's say height and weight, I don't know of an eye doctor that has a validated scale and a way to measure height. So what they do is they ask the patient and write down whatever the patient says. So that's what happens in the optometry practice. When it goes to the ophthalmologist, if the ophthalmologist does not know whether that originated, if he sees it originated from the provider that did Epic, the primary care provider, he's going to trust that. If it comes in from the optometrist, he's not going to trust it. And if he can't tell that difference, he doesn't know whether to trust that data or not. So data becomes a big, data trust becomes a very big issue when you're doing these levels of communication, and that provenance becomes critical in what we're looking at. So thanks for bringing that up, Lisa. It's a huge issue. So if we've got about 15 minutes more of this session, when we're looking at this data, we really are, what you're seeing is that there's all these issues, and the culmination of all these things that these providers have talked about and the issues we're looking at have really made it so the benefit to providers, to specialty providers, is reduced. But the main thing that reduces it is we haven't mapped the specialty data. So even though we can communicate like the US CDI version 1, when you look at US CDI version 3, which is probably about to be, accepted, now all of the specialty data becomes important, and specialty practices need that data. So if you look at 2 eye care providers co-managing dry eye, for example, these are the type of pieces of information that they need to be able to share. The problem with that is that nobody else in medicine gives 2 hoots about those. You ask a primary care physician how to measure the tear breakup time, and they don't know. They don't know how to measure tear osmolality, and to be honest with you, they don't care. So as we start looking at data from the standpoint of what has to happen in specialty practices versus what has to be shared with the rest of medicine, we really find that there's a lot of data that really is only critically important to share among those specialty providers, and the rest of medicine really doesn't care much about those. So one of the options in a breakout session tomorrow is to sort of start looking at this issue now and saying, how do we handle this specialty data that now is part of US CDI 3 and has to be able to be shared, but do we share it with everybody? There's a lot of issues that have to be decided of how to handle that. And the demonstration that we showed you, there's a whole lot of pitfalls in there. And the reality is the providers that mentioned earlier before, their frustrations, it doesn't work as well as we just showed you in that video. A lot of times we can't even make it work. So the questions are, was the document created properly? Was it imported properly? Is the C-CDA implementation guides, are they working? Or does there need to be improvements when we start looking at it from a different way to those guides? Does the guidance even exist for a lot of the specialty type of issues, or are better examples needed? So there's a lot of things that we need to look at. So I'm gonna show you an example of a failed communication, and that will help us start understanding the technical issues we need to look at. So this is an optometrist ophthalmologist that decided to use it. They both use commonly used EHRs, and they're going to send it in direct messaging. So the optometrist receives a referral, and when he tries to import the data, he gets the dreaded spinning circle. It just sits on his screen and locks everything up. That's not uncommon when the specialists try to import these documents. So what happens in the world, and every day I talk to specialty practices that are frustrated and they've attempted to do the things these other providers earlier told you they've attempted. Lots of providers have done that. And what typically happens, they just don't know what to do. They're frustrated, they think it doesn't work, and they don't use it. Well, this provider in this failed system actually went to his support group from his EHR, and this is word for word what he received back from his EHR. I've got to read this. The issues with the ICD-10 codes, there could be an incomplete code or an ICD-10 code or something along those lines. You should be able to remove those codes and then try again and be able to incorporate the data. If it will not allow you to, then you would need the office to send it to you without those codes. That's really helpful for a provider. So we've taken a provider that was frustrated and we've moved him to the whole next level. So fortunately, this provider had a different alternative, and this is really important what we're going to talk about here. So I talk to providers every day that don't know what to do next, and the support they're getting from their EHR may not be adequate. So what Direct Trust is doing is stepping up to the plate and sort of giving an opportunity that any providers that have difficulty communicating, they don't have to spend time trying to figure it out. They send the case to direct trust, and then the evaluation is done there. And at the direct trust level, they can look at what's being coming in, how it's being consumed, look at the issues with it, pass along issues to the HL7, example task force, and really bring some order to this whole thing. Scott should be here. Scott's the CEO of Direct Trust, and I'd like just to have him comment a little bit on sort of this resource that's being put in place to sort of bring order to this whole thing. Scott?
Yeah, Jim, thanks very much. And I'm sorry, I'm just squeezing this in between lots of other things today. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. I know this is an exciting group of activities here. So just want to make sure that people understand Direct Trust is a convener of discussions associated with improvements in the direct secure messaging community generally. And so we have a specific interest that Jim has helped us understand in the iCare community to try and help people get past the issue. So we are making strides to improve our directory capabilities, for example, to make it really easier for people to find what they're looking for. But also we are looking to kind of stand up a project where, we can convene the iCare community of EHRs, as well as the iCare community of folks who are trying to succeed with direct secure messaging, to bring some rationality to this problem. So we are working with a group of the EHR players in this space to ensure that we can bring some rationality to this discussion, because it is not atypical that folks are having difficulty with direct secure messaging in the marketplace generally. But the iCare environment, of course, is different in that it was left out of some of the earlier standards efforts. For instance, US CDI doesn't include some of the key things that you all will need to be successful in the iCare realm. So the C-CDA componentry that is reflective of the US CDI requirements then will also be a part of what folks think about in FHIR as well. So we're looking to drive those discussions with the help of folks that work with us closely, like Lisa Nelson, who I see on the line, and Jim, who's able to bring us in touch with folks who are challenged by these issues in the market. So so we are a resource in this regard, and really looking forward to convening the iCare community at Direct Trust to help work through the issues that you're finding in the market.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. So when we're mentioning a lot about iCare here, that's kind of my bias because I'm an optometrist and a lot of my connections are in iCare. But what we're talking about applies to all the specialties: dentistry, podiatry, physical therapy. All the specialties have exactly the same issues. And we're inviting them to participate in this process as well, because they have to deal with the same exact issues that we deal with in iCare. So before we finish up this session, I just want to go through I want to get more into the core of the exact examples that I think HL7 is interested from a technical standpoint of, are there changes that HL7 can help us overcome some of these barriers? So in that failed C-CDA that I showed you before, now when we start evaluating this is what the medications look like in the received C-CDA that from the second EHR. When it was sent to the third EHR and consumed, this is actually what happened. You can see that the instructions, the SIG for those medications, did not come across properly. Now, fortunately, in evaluating this, the solution for this was real simple. And the technical team for this EHR, in a matter of minutes, solved that issue. And that's what we want to bring the order to it. So instead of the providers having failure and not knowing what to do, what Direct Trust is trying to put in place is someplace those providers can go, because a lot of times the solution is actually pretty simple and it doesn't take very long to fix it, and then it gets fixed. So there are a lot of issues as we see the medications coming through these multiple exchanges where there's these medication problems. So looking at those, the implementation guides for medications, I think that's a valid discussion that we will be one of the options to look at tomorrow. I think we've got time to go through just one more example here. Another part is lab results. You're going to hear more in some other sessions about the importance of lab results, but the lab results are primarily done or often done by the primary care physician, but everybody else needs those. The ophthalmologist, the optometrist, the podiatrist, everybody needs those results for both the just clinical decision they're making as well as the analytics. So if we look at these analytics, which are for an eye care provider that's really measuring and giving the outcome-based data for a provider to deliver patient-centered care, the reason I'm showing you that is all of the data that goes into this. This is HbA1c data and how it changes over time. But those tests are all done in the primary care physician office. They're not done in the eye care office. So the data that goes into accumulating this, the information that goes into accumulating this data, all originated in another office, was brought in through electronic communications, and then is used in the analytics for these offices. So it's not just sharing the data for clinical purposes, it's sharing it for analytics. And these analytics are giving us information that we're gaining all kinds of new knowledge about what we can do as a result of having these analytics, but they start with the ability to be able to communicate effectively. So I think the important thing here is that these lab results come in through the results section of the C-CDA. And as we receive these C-CDAs and look at them, we see tremendous variation in the results section of the C-CDA. The data is put in different ways. There's a lot of data just sort of stuck in there by EHRs that I think don't know where else to put it. So they put it in there, but it's not structured consistently. There's just a ton of variation in this area. And medical lab results are so important to everybody. I think it's really an important area. Lisa, maybe you would make some comments about this area.
Sure. You know, being a part of the Examples Task Force and actively involved in the creation of US CDI, we think a lot about the concepts that our nation are putting forward to say these are data elements that everybody should know how to represent. And then figuring out, as Gay mentioned, how do we represent them in US Core? How do we represent them in CDA? And many of the distinct data elements, like clinical test results, diagnostic test results, being things like EKGs, other kinds of things like that, laboratory test results. These are all three very distinct data elements in the US CDI that we know all would be dumped into the result section in a consolidated CDA document. Although that section provides some structural ways of organizing, there's something called the result organizer that would allow you to group together a set of results. And we have a few examples, but not many in the Examples Task Force to really demonstrate how you would gather diagnostic testing results separate or in an understandable way separate from laboratory test results, separate from clinical tests that get done. And these clinical tests are the area when Jim put up that big set of things, you know, testing for your tears and the quality of your tears and different things like that. A lot of those fall into the category in US CDI as clinical tests that observations need to be documented about. But we don't give any real guidance right now on how do you use the results section, how do you use the organizing mechanisms that are available in CDA, which might even include subsections, which HL7 has never really gotten into providing any guidance about, which IHE kind of uses more liberally to help people organize things within sections. So I think there's a big opportunity because in the specialty areas, and also you'll be hearing from a presentation later on today from Nancy Lusk about discharge summaries and how important the results section is to discharge summaries. The amount of information that needs to go into that section and the number of different data element types that need to be gathered in there over time in a CCD, it really demands a greater level of organization in order to make the information meaningful to the consumer. And I guess, the one that I missed also in the guidance around, we're hearing a lot more as social determinants of health becomes an issue, and people are wanting to hear the results from screenings that are done. Screenings are another sort of test that gets done, and whether you consider that there's a more specific assessment section where you might be able to look for nutrition types of screenings or mental health types of screenings. There are a lot of screenings that don't have a more specific section to put them in, and so they will contribute to the mess that's in this kitchen sink. There's no other better place for some of those other kinds of SPOH type screenings and the results. So I think it's an area of the document that really is growing and growing pressure to get access to the kinds of result section that it would behoove us to spend a little more time thinking about sub-organization levels and guidance around how to collect this, everything that goes in the results section, and make it.
Thank you, Lisa.
We're at time, Jim, so we're in our lunch break. So this has been some really good information that you've provided. I'm looking forward to some of the questions you're going to have afterwards. So for everyone, we have 45 minutes for lunch. So we're back at 1 o'clock Eastern. So we've gone a little bit over, so in 40 minutes. So everyone enjoy your lunch. And for those of us on the West Coast, enjoy our extended coffee break, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock Eastern to continue with Jim's presentation. Thanks.
Thanks, Jim.
And if people want to have cool discussions over lunch while they're eating, that's more than willing. If anyone has an interesting talent they want to display, but otherwise, we'll see you at the top of the hour.
Anyone with an interesting talent that they want to display, sign up here.
Some cool issues that we can discuss. Go ahead, Jim. I think you're on mute. There you go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, great. I apologize before of putting up my email. I'm sure nobody was interested in my email. But thanks for covering for that, Dave. So on this part, we're going to start with talking about images. And kind of as we did before, I'm just going to move something here. There we go. Okay, so when we talk about images in general medicine, you kind of think of radiology right away. But when we go into the specialties, there's a lot of imaging that's done in specialty practices. And they cover a lot of different areas. So a lot of the images are really only of interest to the particular specialist, but a lot of them also need to be shared with other care team members. I was at a meeting of one of the HIEs recently, and when they talked about images, they used the term diagnostic quality images, and they basically said that they only shared diagnostic quality images. And it raised a bit of a question to me of what that really means for imaging. So if you look at the type of images that are used in specialty, like in eye care, we use OCTs and OCTAs. Those are high quality images. But when you look at specialties like physical therapy and some of the other ones, like gait images, they can be taken with a really cheap, low quality camera, but they still have a lot of clinical value in what you do with it. So there's a lot of different imaging that's done for different purposes in the specialties. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't really know what the term diagnostic quality images means. And does that affect which of the specialty images this particular EHR would be able to share with everybody if there's some sort of a cutoff for that. So I'd be really interested in looking into the guidance to see how that affects it. But when we get to sharing images through direct secure messaging, a number of the systems, at least in the specialty EHRs, don't even allow you to attach an image to a C-CDA or accompany a C-CDA. So that's an issue because sharing images can be a very important thing. The other part of the issue that we see regularly is that when images are received, it's important for the receiving provider to be aware that the image is there. And when it comes in through direct, to be available by some easy mechanism. So if the image is going to be used in patient care and shown to the patient, that they can access those images. So first they know that they're there and can very easily access those images. I'm just going to show you one example of that. In eye care, this is obviously a normal retina. Retina covers the back of the eye here. This is what diabetic retinopathy would look like, but this is an OCT, an OCTA, and we can see the blood vessels. This would be the inside of the eye, what you're seeing here. This is the back of the retina, and there's little blood vessels here. So we can actually image those with an OCTA. And the reason I'm showing you these is it's for one of the first times in the body that we can actually see the change in these little microvasculatures of early stages of diabetes. So these changes occur 2-3 years before any visible side effect occurs. So there's a ton of interest in predicting diabetic retinopathy from these images, but a whole bunch of studies going on right now of saying, hey, are these same things happening in the kidney and everywhere else in the body? And do these eye images have a correlation to predicting other diabetic complications? So what's significant with that is we're finding a lot of increased interest on the part of primary care physicians to actually get these images. So one of the things that I think could be a topic of the breakout session tomorrow is how images are handled in general and the guidance that goes along with them, because the image needs to get from the imaging system in the specialty office into the direct message in a way that's usable. When it's received, it needs to be able to be made available to that provider. So if I'm the primary care physician and I want to show that OCTA image that I received through direct messaging to my patient, it's got to be really easily available, and a method of making that important. The other thing that kind of gets separated when you talk about images is a lot of images require an interpretation and report. And within the specialty software, the image and the interpretation and report are two different entities, but they're correlated, right? They're kept together. So you can see the interpretation of the image very easily with the image. But when you start sharing it across direct messaging, there's no mechanism to keep those together. So the interpretation and report might not be associated with an image. And if you're sending multiple images and multiple interpretation and reports, you can see where the potential of confusion is and difficulty in keeping those all together. So I think looking at the image issues from a technical standpoint is important. I'd like to see if Dennis wants to make some comments about that.
Hi, Jim. Yeah, a few comments. Yeah, so the diagnostic quality image. So in eye care, a lot of these images, my interpretation of the diagnostic quality image, Jim, would be that it has to be kept at a resolution. Some of the imaging devices for medical images have to be at a DICOM and level, and also FDA approved in some of the devices that maintain them. And so if you're making a diagnostic interpretation on something, you need it in the quality, unmodified quality. So it can't be like different layers and you modify and the lossless, like changing it to a JPEG. These images tend to be super large, and so a lot of them are in the 10 megabytes and higher. So even if you were talking about the diagnostic image report or linking to images, this is a perfect time where you can have the image and the interpretation report paired together to make sure that it's going out in an appropriate way to be shared with other providers. So there definitely is a need to be able to share images. Is doing it through a CDA, interpreting it with an external file that's linked through a report, or embedding it directly in the C-CDA. Those have to be decided upon on how the best way to use it. And I'm not sure how much this has been used in the industry. In most of the EHRs that I've seen, there's not a lot of sharing of the images through a CDA mechanism.
And that's completely valid. So when you talk to, like, the whole purpose of healthcare reform and doing this is, one of the purposes of it is the lower cost of healthcare. And taking eye care, where you have these different images, it's not an uncommon scenario. One of the sort of low-hanging fruit that's being looked at to cut the cost of healthcare is to cut down redundancy, right? So when you can't share these diagnostic images, it's not an uncommon clinical scenario that one provider sees a patient, does a whole bunch of images, imaging tests, decides they need to refer that patient. And when they do that, if they can't send the images in a useful way, the referral office has to repeat all of those images, sometimes within days of when one of the tests were done. Some of these tests are expensive. So one of the interests of sort of meeting the objective of what we're trying to do in healthcare reform is to get rid of those redundant tests when necessary. So the ability to send these imaging tests really becomes important from that aspect. So the other issue that I think gets raised with this is in CDA and US CDI 3. So image tests are part of US CDI 3, and the reports are part of US CDI 3. One of the governance issues that I think we need to look at is, what is the imaging test that needs to be communicated, that needs to be shared? So for example, in fluorescein angiography in the eye, it's a process where you inject dye into a vessel, and then the instrument starts taking a whole bunch of images. And most of the early images are too early, you don't use them. You get into the middle, and as the dye comes into the vessels in the eye, that's where the value is clinically. And then later on, the eye gets flooded with the dye, and those are useless. So out of, let's say, 80 images, maybe 5 images are the ones that the provider that did the test decided that they wanted to use. Now, a different provider may select a different set of images. They may select 6 or 4 or whatever. So my question with that, from the guidance on images, do all 80 images, even though the vast majority are useless, have to be shared so the receiving provider can decide which they think is valid? Or can the sending provider just send the ones that they thought was valid? Is that an important issue? And is there guidance to help everybody make the decision, so everybody is sort of consistent on the way that we do that? So I think there are plenty of things to talk about as a breakout session, and as more, I think there's potentially some more guidance needed to help in this imaging field for specialty EHRs.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just one more comment on that. Lisa mentioned, we need to be clear on the difference between lower quality reference image, that you're just using as a reference, versus, something that's a key image that has to be used for the diagnosis purpose. And and Michael Murdoch from DHT, it's also talked about DICON images about the size, we want to mention that the sizes can be, very, very large, and, how is that going to get handled? And CDA is probably not the appropriate place to be doing, images that are, super dense and high in size.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Dennis. Yeah. So I think I think there's a lot of reasons to talk about images more, because that we're just touching on that subject. But when we look at another issue that we deal with pretty commonly on a cause of failed communications with direct messaging, it's the XDM issue, and it brings up some other issues of what should HISPs be doing. There's some, I wouldn't say it's confusion, but some different expectations of what happened at different levels. We have making the direct trust address directory available, for example. What's the role of the HISP versus the EHR in that? Who shares the role of packaging in the XDM format, for example? So a lot of the specialty EHRs can't handle an XDM format direct messaging when it's come in. It has to be unpackaged either before it receives air, within the HISP. There's a few situations that we just dealt with in the past week where the HISP said, no, we don't unpackage them, and the EHRs don't unpackage them. So it results in failed communications. So I think it's an issue that needs to be looked at. Does there need to be guidance of saying who is responsible for doing it, or how it's accomplished? But they're really important issues. And other things like making discharge summaries available. What's the role of the HISP in doing that? So there's a number of HISP issues come up in this process as well. Dennis, do you want to add anything to that, or maybe Lisa might want to add something?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, basically, XDM, XDR type of formats is meant to be supported. That's kind of like the H1 and the H2 in the certification pass. And some of the HIPs were handling it directly for the EHR. So they would, when you were doing through the testing tool, it would just work. And so many of them, you didn't have to implement anything. It was supposed to be taken care of. But in many instances, I don't know if it's a detection issue or something, but the packaging and depackage was being handled by some of the HISP providers. And unfortunately, when it isn't, it just comes into the inbox through a direct message as a zip file. And then obviously the user, the EHR that's receiving it isn't able to do anything with that. So yeah, the PADEP is the packaging, like the way that you package an XDR, well, an XDM message in this case, and then obviously the way it's received. Is to being able to depackage it and expose the C-CDAs that are embedded internally.
Does anybody on here know if there's any guidance for where that should happen? At the HISP level or at the EHR? Is somebody not following guidance by not doing it?
I think you're probably on the wrong call for that.
It's a direct trust issue. It's not an HL7 issue. And, Scott Stewie was on earlier. The place to talk about this is in direct trust. And it has to do with when standards allow for multiple possibilities and don't weigh in on requiring enough to really make it useful. It creates a sort of chaos that is often transparent. And I think that Nancy Lusk is going to be able to kind of draft off this comment a little bit. But this is a case where direct trust allows either or and doesn't require as a minimum that you do this, and you end up with an interoperability injected into the system simply because on one end there's a HISP that doesn't know how to do it and doesn't know how to deal with the XDM package, and then on the other end there's a HISP that does, and those two HISPs just don't cooperate.
Yeah,
I think
no,
it
I
needs to be
concur.
addressed at the direct trust. I think this whole slide probably should be like action item to go work in the direct trust community.
Right, yeah, it's not an HL7 specific problem, but it is an interoperability issue that
It is an
people are running into.
interoperability issue.
Yeah.
Very good.
And I think, the swirl slide that Susan added at the beginning with communities connecting to communities, the truth is, if we want to make interoperability work, there are certain things that we're going to have to get out of our silos and say, well, how do we go lock arms with another community and figure out how to make stuff work across the whole space that our users live in. They don't see those boundaries. They just want on interoperability. So I think for all of us implementers, the challenge is for us to reach beyond our little borders to figure out how we really make things work end to end.
Very good. And that's from a provider standpoint, when failure occurs on their communications, they don't have any clue, what caused that failure. So that's important for the infrastructure people to be doing exactly what Lisa's suggesting here. Another issue that's coming up pretty important, as I'm sure everybody on here knows, a number of states are passing regulations that require all providers in the state, like Connecticut has a requirement that all licensed providers have to participate in the HIEs. And that becomes a big integration question. And again, this may be outside of the purview of HL7, but I'm bringing it up because it's one of the interoperability issues that the specialty EHRs have to deal with. One of the EHRs was talking to one HIE a couple of weeks ago, who told them that the integration with that single HIE could take up to 6 months, and the shortest time they've ever completed it is 2 months. And the integration with every HIE is different. So when you take these small EHRs that have limited resources and have to do all of these IHE integrations throughout the country, it really becomes an absolutely impossible task. When you do the math for some of the smaller EHRs, they just can't accomplish it. The amount of if they took their whole development team and applied it to it, it would literally take years to do all of these integrations. So I'm not sure that the guidance for that falls within the purview of HL7, but from the standpoint of the new EHRs that are here, I did want to call on Alex from No2, because they potentially offer a really valuable solution to this. So Alex, are you on?
I am. Thank you, Dr. Grew. So nice to meet everyone. I appreciate the ability to speak to you all today. Dr. Grew and I had spoken a couple days ago regarding just some of the challenges that EHRs and health and digital platforms face in trying to connect to so many HIEs across the country. And with No2, we've partnered with a lot of EHRs in the vision space and really in across care settings and post-acute. And part of our value proposition to EHRs is No2 has an HIE team that has been building to every state HIE across the country. And part of our API in which EHRs integrate to unlocks the ability to instantly connect to every single HIE that we've on our end connected to. And so with one connection to No2's API, you get access to our entire HIE ecosystem. So you can not have to worry about the challenge that Dr. Grew just recently mentioned of needing to not only build to every single HIE, but the economics behind building to every single HIE becomes too burdensome for EHRs. And so we have to date connected to almost 30 HIEs, and by the end of the year, our goal is to be connected to every state HIE, and some states have multiple HIEs, so we will be expanding that ecosystem.
Very good. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate that.
No problem.
So one of the issues that we can discuss in the breakout sessions are the requirements for connecting to the HIEs, and we can look further into No2 potentially as a solution as a QHIN for that also. I want to go back and address.
On that particular topic, I don't think that's a C-CDA issue. I think the connection to HIEs is typically an IHE type protocol, isn't it? The C-CDA is just the payload. Are you saying you're running into challenges with what's in that C-CDA document when you share it with the HIEs, or something I'm missing?
No, there's a lot of issues. So the first one is just getting connected, and I would agree that's not an HL7 issue. But when we start looking at CDA or US CDI 3, you're sort of raising another really important issue. And it's part of what this slide is actually going to. So when you look at all this specialty data that's out there, that's now part of US CDI 3, and in the proposed rule that's open for public comment right now, the proposed rule is to switch the requirement from version 1 to version 3, right? So now all this specialty data that all these EHRs have is part of that. And as we talked about before, some of that specialty data nobody else in medicine cares about, but it's extremely important to be able to share it between the specialties. I think the requirement for what has to be shared and the ability to share it are two different things. So I think the mapping of the specialty data into a C-CDA when it has to be shared is an HL7 issue. Whether it has to be shared or not is probably not an HL7 issue. But certainly, the ability to share it when it needs to be shared is governed under US CDI 3 once that's accepted. So, I think that we need it's worth the discussion of the guidance on where does that specialty data have to go. So a lot of the HIEs have repositories. Is it up to the HIE whether they now start including all of this specialty data, or if they don't? Do the requirements under US CDI 3 require them to do that, even though only the specialties want to share it? I mean, this isn't part of the discussion that's been part of what we've done in the past. So, anybody who wants to make any comments on that, please open it up, because I'm not sure where we go with this issue.
Jim, my one thought around this is with the new HL7 implementation division, I don't know if they're positioned to put industry in contact with groups or individuals or companies that have special knowledge to be able to know how to do mapping or help take on mapping problems to help scale the work that's been done and make it more applicable for more implementers. But I would think that this kind of a need might be something you could take to Viet and Dan Vreeman and say, how can this new implementation division help us make standards more applicable?
Mm-hmm. Now, so a lot of it, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but so we've got the guidance on how to build a C-CDA. We've got the guidance on how the templates work within the different kinds of C-CDAs. When we start looking at all this specialty data that hasn't been mapped and probably needs to be mapped, is the assumption that we're going to need more templates, or is the assumption that we can somehow fit this specialty data into the existing templates, or is it a combination of those two things?
I think going forward, this is just my opinion, Lisa Nelson, one person speaking, but from what I've done and the experience I've had with fitting things, the goal should be to use the templates that we have. The original template designers have built broad templates, and I think that you run into problems when the specialty, or like I just did a project for school-based health, and they wanted to express something like a school-age child's school enrollment status. And you can use, for example, a social history observation. It's a very flexible, open template, but you run into problems that are really on the vocabulary side, where you now need to, one, you need to have a code that actually says this data element means it's the primary school enrollment status. And if there isn't one of those, you have to know how to go to LOINC and get one, or SNOMED if you're going to use SNOMED. And then the next problem you have is that somebody has to agree, well, what are the possible enrollment statuses? Is it you're enrolled or not enrolled? Or are there like 6 different possible things that you want to say there? And how do we get a whole bunch of people to agree? And that problem is most similar to what the Gravity group is up against on social determinants of health. And somebody wants to decide, well, food insecurity, is that one thing, or are there 10 different questions that have to be answered and a variety of different answers for those different possible questions? And I think that the work becomes finding the right template to begin with, and if you do have to adjust it, maybe make it a little bit more specific or complex to say what needs to be done. There are template issues that might have to be dealt with. But more importantly, I think that you guys just have different things to say than maybe some of our vocabularies or our code system support. And then you get into, we got to make new codes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned this before, Lisa, so I'm, again, this is my opinion, and there's many different opinions out there. There is the template, and some of them may not have been used very much, except for maybe narrative, is the physical exam. So in eye care, that's exactly what you're doing. You're performing an exam. In dentistry, you're performing an exam. There's the physical exam is a perfect, sort of template that could start to be used to include, more and more of the specialty data. Now, how is it going to get mapped? Okay, sure, there's a lot of, results that are discrete values where you don't have to decide on the actual set, like Lisa was talking about. It'll be like a diopter, and you'll just have a number. It'd be 1.25 or 2 plus 2.0, and it'll be a diopter. So those ones will be easy to map. But it's, coming up with that common coding system. Do we use LOINC? A lot of the specialty data that I've seen, people have attempted to put it into the results section. It's not, it's not really a lab test. I guess you could, you could use it in there. It does follow those patterns. So that's what Lisa's kind of alluding to. We want to try and take the existing, patterns that are available, like a result observation or a result organizer, and then group these into the appropriate CDA sections. And yeah, that's probably, a bigger team that needs to be, embedded to be able to do something like that, or at least to get enough people together to be able to come make some decisions to move forward on something like that.
Okay, thank you. And that conversation brought up another term that this may be a little bit different, but on the code systems. So when you're receiving these C-CDAs, quite a few of the specialty EHRs, give the ability for the user to use a scorecard to score them. One of the issues with the scorecard are the code systems that are used. Now, again, I'm not sure that this is an HL7 issue, but we have run into cases where there's errors in the scorecard because an issue is not included in the approved code sets. And I think when we get into specialty data, I think there's a high possibility that some of the less used codes in the code sets are actually common codes in the specialties. They're just not common in the general part of medicine. And for some reason, quite a few of those generate errors when you use a scorecard. Dennis, can you comment on that a little bit?
Yeah, it's a little less on the scorecard. ONC's done a really good job of making the scorecard provide more of a feedback than an error. So it would be more of like a cures update if you're actually doing your test. So, in the examples that I can provide, it would be more of like a result. So for the UCOM units and for the LOINC test, what they've done is they've taken the 2,000 top most common tests that get used, and they're part of the value set that get, tested against within the validator for testing your C-CDA quality. And then, they're, again, for the units, they take the top 100. So there may be instances where you have a completely valid test LOINC or a UCOM unit, but it's, you know, rejecting it because it doesn't recognize it. And so, you know, we've logged those against the edge tool, the test tool group, and, you know, hopefully we can come up with some solutions, because if they are valid codes or valid, you know, units, they shouldn't really, you shouldn't have to do anything special to make those validate.
Mhm. I would just expect as we move down the road of creating more and more specialty data, that'll become a bigger issue, I would expect, most likely.
Yeah, it should come out as
it'd be
more
nice
of a
if-
warning. Go ahead, Lisa.
Yeah, it would be nice if there was a way to add small veneer or small incremental layer. I believe there's a great slide in the companion guide that shows this layering of constraints from what the base CDA spec provides, then what consolidated CDA provides, and then what the companion guide provides. And in a way, you know, HL7 does the best it can to kind of walk that line between, we want to be specific enough that people can understand what we're telling them they should do, but at the same time not be so tight that it can't fit for a broader range of use cases maybe than we can even anticipate today. And so when there's a vocabulary binding and it's a should, and the specialty group comes along and says, well, you know, for our use case, you know, that's not the right value set. We need to do something else. We're the reason why that only says should. We really should be doing something different. Unless there's a way for the specialty group to write down what they agree is the right thing to do for something specific, then it just stays too open. And you really need a way to say, if we agree in eye care that the diopter measurement is going to be coded with this LOINC code right here, then you need a way to say, we really mean that, and we want to validate against these more like eye care related constraints.
Yeah, well, for UCOM
know-
units though, Lisa, I would expect if it's a valid UCOM unit, it shouldn't matter if it's part of the value set. I think in those particular cases, I would be comfortable with it putting out a warning versus a physical conformance error, which is what's happening now. So if it sees diopter is a valid unit. So it's in the, if you go to the ucom.org site and do a search or validate it and you put in, you know, diop, it's valid, but it's not valid when you validate in the warning. So I think there's a couple things going on. So I do agree with you that
for sure,
in the case of, if it's a valid LOINC code and it's not part of a diagnostic test list because it's not the common one, I think I agree with you. I think there has to be a process around that. But for units, I don't think that should be, it should be all.
The UCOM units is a separate problem because it's an expression language. It's not an underlying code system, and this is it's a broader, sort of more specific problem that the industry is challenged with, because there isn't a UCOM code system. There's just this expression language for generating units of measure, and we've worked toward making a kind of a convenience list that you can use in a validator, but I think it's a bigger problem, maybe even goes on, maybe like in the notes that Joginder takes to make an action item around how to deal with UCOM, which is a really different animal.
Right.
And you need a specialized UCOM validator if you really want to handle that in a way that you're not just saying, well, let's just take like the 1,000 most common UCOM units that we see and call that good enough.
Right. Yeah, and I think you're right. And there may be there is a validator for UCOM units, but that's maybe not something used. But for a result set, like if you're looking at specific types of results, I agree with you. Like if it's a type of test that has a restricted limited set of LOINC codes, but maybe for eye care, it needs a few extra or something like that. That's a different scenario.
Okay, very good. I have one more issue that I want to talk about of a sort of an agreement on how we share data with a couple of examples, but there was some discussion earlier I want to do two things. I want to open it up, and if anybody from the new EHRs especially, or any of the HRs want to add any more issues that they see as barriers, I want to open it up to, just throw anything in here that you want that we might not have talked about already. There was some discussion earlier also on persistent IDs and the importance of that when you're doing these iterative type of communications. So I think there's some time. We've got about another 20 minutes. We could look at that. The other issue I want to talk about is, and I'll leave that sort of for the last one, if there is other discussion. When we start sharing the data, we can share it the way that we showed in the demonstration, where all the data gets recreated every time you do another iteration of through another organization or another office. But there's an alternate to that. We could separate sort of the specialty data that needs to be sent from sort of the core medical data, and maybe use a different model for getting what's needed to each office. That's probably sounds confusing, but let me open it first to see if any of the EHRs that are attending have any other barriers that you've experienced that you'd like to bring up that you think we should be discussing. Okay.
So Jim, I waited to see if everyone else, I know it's not necessarily, well, it's not necessarily specialty care, but it's kind of related for nutrition. Lorraine Constable and myself, we worked with the Academy of Nutrition, and they went and created their own set of templates and their own CDA guide around nutrition care. And it seems to me that rather than in addition to potentially getting some of the C-CDA documents, because those are the ones that are being widely shared, going off and creating some specialty care IGs to point out, well, here's, if we were taking a, X profile and making it work for eye care, here's the vocabulary we'd be using, here's some of the data elements that we need, and creating that, and then coming back potentially, I don't know, there's some value in creating an IG specific for specialty care like we did for nutrition. We had the problem of uptake, getting vendors to do that, and that was in a different space. But at least you'd be able to say, okay, so now we know what are the data elements that we need and the vocabularies that we need, and we can come back to C-CDA and say, how can we loosen or tighten or create some new templates that might be of use? I don't know if there's some value in that, right? So I'm looking at what the specialty care EHRs are seeing and the providers are seeing every day and saying, is there a way that HL7 standards, we can create some projects to create some specialty care guidance?
John, I think that makes a lot of sense. And, there's several supplemental guides. That's what we ended up calling them. There's one on pregnancy, one on nutrition, there's one on occupational data for health, and there's one on advanced directives. And they are unique guides in that they didn't start from scratch. They didn't start from Base CDA. They said, we're going to just use the templates that have already been defined by Consolidated CDA and then fill in for some of this special vocabulary or where something needed to be augmented. And they actually are findable. If you look at Consolidated CDA, the product page takes you to a page that describes not only the versions of Consolidated CDA, but then it also gives you the links to the companion guide and these supplemental guides. And I can't remember why dental didn't end up in that same category. But there is a guide that was done by the dental group as well.
Yeah, no, I agree with both of you. I think it's the right approach. I mean, there's definitely going to be, things that don't fit perfectly. But when we can use what's already available within the CDA architecture, then that makes it, at least achievable. So you're not starting from scratch and trying to do something that doesn't really conform.
I think what this group was trying to do is, rather than taking the approach to design first and, you know, take a year or a year and a half to develop an IG and ballot it and reconcile it and publish, is to get the group together and see if there's enough guidance in the available templates to make examples, and that by providing a rich set of examples and assuming there's interest in sharing this information, that the examples alone might be enough to get everybody on the same page.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I agree with that.
Very good. Yeah, it seems to make sense to, you know, capitalize on any effort that's been made by anybody. You know, if we can use that as a starting point, seems to make a lot of sense for sure. Yeah.
Well,
okay.
then one other thing there, Lisa, was to add to that is, yeah, the whole idea was to try and get some of the specialty, you know, groups together to try and develop something. But the whole point of doing this is, sure, we could put the data into an appropriate section and make it narrative, but we want the data to be consumable and to be structured so that, you know, when you're passing like a refraction or, you know, visual acuities or things that are specific for eye care to another eye care provider, that you're passing them something that they can consume and do something with it, rather than having to, you know, just attach it to the patient and then, you know, go back and look at the C-CDA, rather than, you know, incorporating it into the actual EHR record so that it's available for the purposes of continuing the diagnosis and for continuing the patient outcome and the patient care. So that's kind of was the objective, to try and move away from just having narrative only, like a lot of the clinical notes would be. We want, you know, it to be more structured.
Okay. Let's go back and look at one other issue here. And it's again going back to the specialty data, because that's really the low-hanging fruit for the issues that are involved in the specialty EHRs, is getting this specialty data mapped and then being able to share it. So I think there's two issues with that. One of the issues are what's on the screen that's up there right now. So if we, so how do we get this mapping done? And that's really a big issue for the specialty EHRs. And so we need to map it to C-CDAs and eventually to FHIR. And most of it's not mapped right now. My question is somewhat of the business model. So the business model that HL7 follows really has worked well with the larger EHRs, you know, putting a lot of resources into doing this. When we start looking, and that's how a lot of the mapping has happened for sort of the core part of data that has been mapped and we all use as part of USCDI. So everybody, the specialty EHRs, everybody has benefited from those efforts that were made by a lot of the large EHRs, a lot of other organizations that collaborated together to put everything that was required to make that happen. The problem is when you get into the smaller EHRs, a lot of them really have limited resources, potentially from a financial standpoint, but more importantly from a people standpoint of, you know, dedicating staff to do a lot of this work is difficult for them. And they don't have those resources to be able to support the HL7 process the same way that the larger entities were able to do. So I think there's a question of whether, you know, to get this mapping done, like Lisa, you brought up an example of, you know, that new part of the HL7 organization that might be able to make some inroads in this. But I think there's a couple other things that are important for everybody to understand, is that it's just not sort of motivation for these specialty EHRs. The specialty parts of medicine have been dramatically affected by private equity. And a lot of the larger specialty organizations, certainly within eye care, are owned by private equity, which kind of have different objectives. A lot of times they're more product oriented. They're not necessarily medically oriented in what they're trying to do, and getting support from some of these, the larger organizations that are now owned by private equity. We kind of have to talk about it because the decision makers aren't necessarily going to make the same decisions as the core part of medicine, where medicine is their business. And it affects the way that we move ahead, I think, in the process that's needed for the smaller EHRs to get support and be able to do, what we need to accomplish. So at the HL7 level, where we have membership by each individual EHR, and there's ways of calculating, the resources that have to go into there. I think we potentially need to look at that. We need to look at how direct trust could be part of this mapping process potentially, and do it and be able to send information over to the examples part of HL7. I think that I guess what I'm saying is I don't think the business structure of what we've accomplished successfully so far correlates into the same business structure being successful when we try to accomplish doing all this mapping within the specialty parts of medicine.
So I'd like to, like, when you talk about the business model, like in terms of HL7 and creating the standards, I mean, the business model per se has been that, especially here, we've seen at the IATs in the past, people are saying, here's the data I have. How do I, we've been focused on how do I create proper C-CDA? So here's my data, and where do I put this, and how do I communicate that? Like, so I guess I don't understand when you say we need an alternate business model. Like, if specialty EHR systems want to communicate their data, unless that's what you're getting at, is that potentially they don't care about sharing their data because they're focused on the product. But if they do want to, I mean, the business model of them coming to HL7 and saying, all right, here's, like we just talked about, creating potentially a specialty guide. Here's the data that I need to communicate, these images, like the various things you've talked about. Some are, labs are obviously generic, but some of the images that are, for optical care seems to me to be something. How can I create the how can I get into the standard a way to share this information? And that's how HL7's business model works, is someone comes to us and says, hey, I need to share a piece of data X. How do I do it?
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And there is no pushback in what you just said, John. That's not where the pushback is. There are a handful of EHRs that are not participating today because of it comes down to the cost of participating in the process and being members of HL7. So we have, in the past, with some of these EHRs, gone through the process of just paying the cost of participation with each. And so it's not what you're talking about of the process. They all want that, but they're not participating today because of the cost of full membership in HL7. And that full membership is really what makes all this stuff happen, with them being able to contribute to it. So I was trying to avoid saying that it was the total cost of that, but you forced that out of me. So go ahead.
I would argue that they can participate without being members.
Okay.
Right.
So yeah, that's what, if that's something that we can pass along to them, we can definitely get more participation. That's for sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, John, but that's my understanding. Obviously, we'd love membership, but anybody can join the working group calls, the examples calls, all that sort of work. It's open to the community. They can vote.
I mean, anyone can come to a working group meeting. Obviously, there's a cost to that, and it's there's more cost if you're not a member. But yeah, participating on the conference calls and such is open. I think it's when you get the value is when you get to ballot and make comments. I mean, and even there, right? A lot of times with JIRA, we've opened that up. But the member value is that you get to vote on things, and so there's some value there.
But anyone can log trackers, right?
Yeah.
The way the voting process works is they don't have to be considered if they're not associated with a ballot. But in general, those trackers are looked at across the board unless time just doesn't permit.
Right. Yeah, and so I think that, you know, if this sort of data mapping and desire to get specialty data into C-CDA is of value to this specialty EHRs, then Jim and the others that are here, I think that getting you guys to participate on the, you know, getting you to bring your concerns to structured docs would be one of the places, or the examples task force. Those are two areas where, you know, hey, I've got this data and I want to know how we can share it. Can we share it today? And starting with that, and then that might, like I said, and Lisa and I have sort of talked about, that might lead to a project that the specialty HR vendors can spearhead, I guess would be the word, around creating, you know, a guide that says, like Lisa said, right, here's the C-CDA profiles and here's how to convey this. Like, that seems to me a good start point to get the plight, if you want, of specialty HRs more visible by creating, by saying, hey, we want some examples that are not, you know, that are not just normal clinical care examples, but some of these specialty examples that we've got.
Dean, to your point, this is Robin Hook with Ifinity. That comment really perks our interest, and wanting to know if there's a possibility, instead of putting all the specialties in one room and try and work through this, or make out breakout sessions to encourage everybody to hear each other's problems and then break out into sessions. Is that something that could be done?
You mean like tomorrow or in general?
Well, not tomorrow, but can that be a plan?
When you
moving
referred to
forward?
breakout sessions, I thought you were talking about tomorrow. No,
No,
it
no,
is.
no,
I
no.
mean, yeah, I'm lumping you. I mean, when I've been talking with Jim, he's sort of, I recognize you've got different concerns. So yeah, if there's separate, you know, if eye care's got one set of concerns and podiatry's got a different set of concern, you know, like whatever the different specialties are. Yeah, I think I'm lumping you together by saying that, but there's no reason why that needs to be done. I think, you know, coming with, and in fact, you know, when I'm saying I've got data X, right? And if it's a specific, you know, so it's an optometrist or ophthalmology example, right? Like being very specific and how would I do this? That's obviously better than in general, you know. So, you know, we were talking earlier about diopter measurements, and this is where my clinical knowledge that I don't have, you know, fails me, right? But how do I communicate that, right? It's come in some specific examples for those groups, examples task force or structured docs within HL7. I think there's some value there. So yeah, I'm not insinuating that we would need to lump you all together. I think individual concerns are probably a better way.
And that makes sense, John. I mean, we that's kind of was our objective, was to try and put something together that we could get a bunch of EHRs, you know, on the same page with, and then present that, you know, rather than trying to go through the full process. But if we can go through the full process and still make that happen, you know, that definitely is a step forward. I mean, at one point the diopter didn't even validate, and that was fixed. And now Prism diopter doesn't validate. But you know, we don't need to go in the specifics, but there definitely is a need to share, you know, specialty data within a CDA that's relevant for the patient's care through direct messaging. And that's kind of, you know, what we're trying to achieve, to be able to share, you know, relevant data rather than just putting it in narrative.
One of the things we learned last time we got together and worked on some specialty data is that one of the challenges is just getting a group to agree on how to think about or represent the information. So I want to speak in favor of the narrative and the simple tools that we have around sentences, tables, and lists to see if this question of how do we get the mapping done could be done in a way that when you get specialists with clinical narrow needs together, just hammering out, well, are we going to talk about everything on the left eye first and then everything on the right eye, or it's going to be mixed together and we focus on the certain measurements and then we go left eye and then right eye? There's so much that the group needs to agree about that you could basically model and agree about just using the constructs that we have to organize the narrative. And if you could get, a conversation like that doesn't have to use any CDA terms. You could even take it to a specialty-oriented meeting when the industry gets together, bring the mountain to Mohammed kind of idea, and say, what are the things you want to represent? Well, do we agree we want to have these 6 columns of information, and these are what the table headings are? This is what we're calling it. If you could get people to agree about that and bring that modeling of the information at a high level, it would make it so much faster for groups that are familiar with the CDA templates to be able to help you fit the information into a set of observations or, a procedure linked with an observation, something like that. I think the problem is that we don't start at a high enough level and get 4, 5, however many, 10 specialty EHRs in that particular specialty area to agree how they want to see the information organized. And if you could get that part done, then the work of moving from that agreement into, well, what templates are we going to stick this discrete data into is a way easier step. And I think separating the work into those 2 pieces as a how to get the mapping done would make it easier and faster to get the specialty contributions where it's really needed, and then just use a smaller number of people to be able to translate that vision of we got to lay it out like this and make the information, all of this be present and how it has to be organized relative to each other. Then somebody else can sit down and hammer out the templates.
Yeah, I thought we tried to do something like that. Like we were more interested in the narrative and presenting it in a fashion. I agree with you, Lisa. And if we get that done, because there are consistent mappings on how you would present a refraction, and there's the way that you would basically lay it out in terms of a view. Those things we should be able to get, conformance to, or at least, some agreement across the different EHRs.
Wasn't there some, as I recall the story of how we got through that, and for the people who were present, the big breakthrough came when everybody could kind of agree on how the data needed to be presented.
Yeah, and we did that for visual acuities and for like a manifest refraction. And yeah, I think that, and then we can map that into the result organizer, result patterns, and that stuff can be done at a, by a different group of people. But you're right, we did start with that.
Yeah, this is a really important discussion. So I think if what we just did, the 2 hours of what we just did and highlighting these barriers, if there's one thing that I think is the most important thing that we can accomplish for this meeting, is coming out with a strategy for moving ahead to engage the specialty EHRs that are here. And I appreciate Robin's comments. How can we make sure they're engaged? How can we put a process together that's going to be efficient, that we all understand, get rid of sort of the mystery of it, and be able to come up with kind of not a guide, but sort of a description of how that process can work going ahead. So we really have a consistent messaging with these specialty EHRs of how to move ahead and accomplish this mapping that's so important, as well as addressing the other issues that we've talked about. So I think that's one of the main things we should try to accomplish tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, and with that, we're at the top of the hour. So yeah, there is a breakout session. One of the breakout sessions tomorrow is Jim and Dennis are going to lead, is on the specialty data use cases. So I see you've got your list here that's a little bit bigger than the list we had. I think, so, Jagin and I have been chatting in the background. We've got an action item that was related to direct trust. I think obviously, Jim, your presentation has been great, and you're going to determine tomorrow what the specific topics you're going to talk about in the breakout track. Are there can we add, I'm wondering if there's an action item for the people here on this call that at this, at this IAT to raise some specific, and I'm cognizant of what Lisa just said about going away and coming up what you want the narrative to look like, but even now of saying, hey, HL7, here's a specific issue we have in representing this data, and creating 3 or 4 of them, that the structure docs and the examples task force can look at. Is that an action item that we can push? I mean, it's push back to you guys to do. Is that something of value? Like, again, the prism diopter, hey, we want to be able to do this, and we think that UCOM measurement units missing, or whatever the solution is, like something small like that, or something bigger. Is that something we can write down as an action item for you guys?
Yeah, I think we can come up with a couple of specific direct HL7 issues that you would be able to handle that way. I think we can do that.
Right. Okay. All right, good. Are there any more comments for Jim and his presentation? I want to thank you. It's great. And I want to, all the people that stepped up and talked during your session, fantastic for having you guys. And this is an area that I think needs, it's at the forefront of C-CDA implementation, right? Is, again, as I talked earlier, the sharing of the data. That's what we're starting to see is, okay, I can create CCDs or discharge summaries or what have you that work within my EHR, but when I start sharing it outside and there's some specific needs that we saw, how can we address those? So thank you very much, Jim, for stepping up and doing this. And I look forward to what you guys are going to come figure out in the breakout session tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, so we're at break. We've got 10 minutes now. And then Catherine, Lusk, and Lisa are going to talk to us about unhappy documents. That's an interesting title for their session. So bio break if you need, fill up on your coffee. For those of us on the West Coast, we're going to go get some lunch, short lunch. And then we'll be back at 12:15, quarter of the hour. Or 2:15, so you can get going, Catherine and Lisa.
Lisa, do you want to kick us off, or do you want me to?
No, you go ahead. Jump right in.
Hi, everyone. I'm Catherine Lusk, and I'm the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships for the Texas Health Services Authority, and we're the state of Texas's Health Information Exchange. And what we do that's even more important than operating our HIE, which is incredibly important, is we have a multidisciplinary vendor agnostic work group that comes together every single month with various work groups and project lines where we work to eliminate barriers to electronic health information exchange in Texas. And one of our work groups is standardizing C-CDAs. We have many. We have one called increasing direct secure messaging, increasing adoption of national networks, standardizing newborn reporting, you name it, we've got one, because we have lots of things to improve in Texas, but so does everyone else. So what I'm going to tell you about today is a story of frustration, concern from care gaps, and patient safety from our standardizing C-CDA content work group. So what this work group came up with is that they worked together to come up with a standardized content: discharge summary, discharge medication, allergies, admission diagnosis, discharge diagnosis procedures, imaging, laboratory consultations, assessment and plans, and problem list. And they realized when they got together and pulled this together as a recommendation that it wasn't perfect, but it was a beginning. They also realized that each and every organization could send the right information, and the other information could package what is sent to them in a way that it's conducive to user usability. And that organizations should be able to use a style sheet to display their content. But there was lots of frustration. So here we are. Here's one of our clinicians. Not really. She's just a cute girl I pulled off of the internet Google, and the other pictures are the same. So what we found here is that inconsistent C-CDA information is impacting transitions of care. The C-CDA was implemented by HL7 to make things easier, but it's not. And so why is it not? And why are people relying on fax, telephone calls, and mail still when they should be relying on technology? They've spent millions of dollars to implement this technology, and they're not relying on it. And because they're not relying on C-CDAs, they can't take advantage of clinical decision support or other tools their vendors have to offer them. And the information that they get, my clinicians were telling me, it was inconsistent. It was inconsistent by EHR platform and by different organization. And because of that, they fell back on methods that they understood: the fax machine, telephone calls, copies of mail, lack of trust, concern that they're going to miss a critical piece of information. And they were frustrated. So what did the community say? And here's another one of those frustrated physicians. There's too much information sometimes, but just as often there's too little information. I go back to when I was with an organization in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and we first turned on transitions of care and discharge summary C-CDAs. And I got an organization in my market to accept them. I was so excited. And they finally called me and they said, Catherine, you're going to have to turn it off. You're at like page 1000. You have become overzealous. So I was sending too much information and it was creating a burden. Now I quickly changed things, but as the state of Texas and everyone adopted C-CDAs and exploded across the nation, many organizations did not change things, so they send too much information. And also some EHR vendors believe they need to send everything. So too much is just as much of a problem as too little. The information was inconsistent in how it was received and how it is displayed in organization. There's a lack of trust, and you can see why. There's cognitive overload. How many articles have all of us read about cognitive overload with our clinicians because we're sending too much information and not the right information or packaged in the right way? And because of that, clinicians are concerned that they're missing key elements that would make a difference. They treat patients in multiple locations. We always think when we do a C-CDA, we forget that physicians are just like the rest of us. They practice at multiple locations. They practice in an ambulatory setting with a different EHR. They practice at different hospitals, which each have different EHRs. The information that they are getting on the patient should look and feel the same so that they can safely digest it, but it does not. The EHR was supposed to make it better. That's what we told them. That's what we sold it on. So what did they need? They needed succinct and relevant information to prevent overload and to make sure that they can receive it in a standardized manner. I can tell you that I'm a health information management professional by nature. And as a health information management professional, you're trained on how to organize clinical data, discharge summaries, consultations, and operative reports in a standardized method so that they're digestible wherever the clinician may be. And I believe that clinicians were looking for something like that on receipt of C-CDAs. In fact, I know they are. So what we found with our physicians when we talked to them is the C-CDAs are not helpful. So organizations spent multi-million dollars and they want this to be helpful and the physicians want to embrace it, but it's just not giving them a clinically relevant information that they need. And there's no narrative. Standardizing how things are displayed are an issue. I talked to you about how that as health information management professionals, we're trained on how to standardize the documentation where it's viewable in a consistent way. Well, EHR standardize the way the documentation is viewable within there that are generated within their organizations. However, these same documents, this same content, when received via C-CDA, is not standardized. It's too little, too much, and inconsistent. And the order makes a difference. It makes it a huge difference because the clinician looks to see things in a consistent manner. So the issues, and it needs to be lean and concise. It can't be thousands of pages or thousands of PDFs or anything like that. It needs to be short, sweet, and to the point, and be able to be digestible into their EHRs so they can take full advantage of it. They really want to. And here is issues with respiratory rates and O2 values. And I only put this on here because I knew that you guys were talking about specialty sections. And this is just a little reference back to the specialty documentation that you were talking about earlier. Well, here I wanted to show you just what kind of frustration there is. So there's inconsistency when you send and the other person receives, regardless of the EHR. So let's look here at sending hospital A and EHR A. So the black is what is required. The white is the optional that this hospital A, EHR A is sending. But you can see Dr. John with the same EHR is only getting the standard, the required, because that's how his organization has set it up. So hospital A will be frustrated with the PCP and saying, what do you mean? I sent that information. And Dr. John will say, I didn't get it. You're going to have to fax it to me. So you can see the frustration here immediately, can't you? And Dr. John will say, well, I've got the same EHR you do. It must be the same. Well, it is not. We look to see. And so we can look here and to see PCP Kathy is on a different EHR. And so she got the standard things and she got part of the optional things. But it's not, and it may be displayed in a different manner. We don't know yet because I haven't gotten to that. And we see Dr. B here, who's on a completely different EHR, and he gets all of the material. So it doesn't matter what EHR it is, even if you're sending the same EHR. You have a better chance if you're the same EHR to the same EHR. But it also has inconsistencies based on the organization. So all of these inconsistencies have led to distrust and falling back on old methods. So what did they tell us was missing? Now, you guys, if you have any questions and you want to talk about it more, let me know, because all I'm doing right now is sharing with you what my community has told me. And actually what I've seen, because when we have these meetings, each and every one of the EHR of our partners will call up and say, this is what I received from organization A. And organization A will say, well, this is what I sent. So we validated that it's true. And Dee Dee Davis from the Sequoia group sits on our work group, and she's been great to help us through this. So what we found is that content differs by organization and EHR vendors. And we also found the implementations are different. And I showed you that earlier. But another thing that we found was that interpretation of the standards were different. People interpreted the LOINC codes that define the document types differently. So we had to talk about, well, what does that mean? And where do you actually share that information? That was critical to the discussion as well. We talked about the terminology and how it means different things. And I talked to you about the LOINC codes. There are about 6 different required templates with 70 options for discharge summaries. And we didn't find some of the things that we felt needed to be there in the 70 options. And we found that every single organization picks something different for the discharge summary C-CDA. So we have 700 different hospitals in Texas. So of those 700 different hospitals sending out discharge summary C-CDAs, there are 700 different renditions of what a discharge summary C-CDA can look like. So now when you go to the 20,000 PCPs that are getting copies of those, are getting those C-CDAs electronically, you can see the frustration, the anxiety, the paranoia about using this electronic information. Can't you? 700 different people, organizations, sending 700 different ways to 20,000 PCPs who their style sheets are accepting it in 20,000 different ways. So then we come up with that's a patient safety issue. That is a concern. And so what we also found was that organizations, because they were so worried about this, they were sending C-CDAs as a wrapped PDF. So the bare minimum for the C-CDA, like an ADT mostly, when they wrap the document in a PDF, and then they would say, well, doctor's offices, this is how we're going to prevent this problem. But what the doctor's offices really wanted was they wanted to be able to use the C-CDA to trigger clinical decision support in their organizations, and they couldn't do it with a PDF. So what people were doing to help resolve the issue instead of working on standardizing what was sent was not helpful. It was better than nothing, but it certainly was not what they want. And it is not what they need. They really need to be able to get that information in a structured, standardized way so that they can optimize their $1 million investment and improve patient safety. And we just have to get them away from the Pony Express and fax machines and telephone calls, and actually patients and families carrying their records with them. So what did we do? Well, we worked together and we came up with a draft model of what we thought it should look like. But then we used a Likert scale. We asked the community, well, what do you want? And how do you want it displayed? Well, we sent it to out in the June of last year and closed it out a little less than a month later, and we got 119 respondents. And the responses were primarily from clinicians, from primary care physicians to specialists. So this I felt like was pretty good. Then we got an idea on what our community wanted and how it should work. So here's what we found. We asked them to rank, what do you think is the most useful and what order do you want it displayed the most? So here it goes. Top 10, they want discharge medications, admit diagnosis, reason for visit, history of present illness, procedures, chief complaint, imaging, hospital consultations, lab, and the problem list. So then we wanted to know, well, exactly what time frame do you want? Because mind you, we also have organizations that are saying, you're giving us way too much information. We don't want the vital signs for the complete 30-day hospital stay. It's not helpful. So we asked, well, what would be helpful? And you can see. We also allowed and provided an opportunity for our clinicians to give us some feedback, some comments. So the comments are just as helpful as the survey. The comments tell us what we really need to work on and how we need to tackle this in the future. So you can see how for vital signs for a discharge summary C-CDA. Laboratory values, as you can see, we had the most comments there. And that's our next thing that we're going to tackle. And we meet with the Sequoia Data Usability Work Group next month to talk to them about what we're seeing in the community and to try to work on that in that time. So you can see here, laboratory, if you get every single laboratory result in a discharge summary, which is supposed to be a concise, lean consolidation of information to help move things forward, that's too much. It's clinician overload. So we found that most people wanted a time range with highs and lows. Now, there were some people that wanted the entire record, but we felt like that those individuals could, with most EHRs, go back and pull additional information if needed. So you can see how we did that. Time range of high and low was the big winner. We looked at diagnostic imaging for radiology reports. So we wanted to see, well, what do you want there? Well, some people wanted the entire encounter. But what we found there is maybe you do and maybe you don't. Because if you have a patient that's in the hospital for pneumonia for 2 weeks, you don't want 14 plain film x-rays of the chest telling you the progression of the pneumonia, or most people don't. In that transition of care, you'd like that last one that tells you the individual has been cleared of pneumonia. You like to be able to go back and pull all the others if you need it, but only if you need it. So that the flexibility was really important. What really won out here, even though this survey result says something a little bit different, was initial as well as special studies. That comment was key to our recommendation. And all advanced imaging. And depending on the study, chest x-ray last result. So we listened to the comments here as much as we did the survey. So what we found was the discharge summary has 6 required elements, and those 6 required elements do not include procedures, laboratory results, diagnostic imaging, or consultations. The standards were not uniformly applied, inconsistently interpreted, nor do they consider all elements, but discussions with clinicians and EHR vendors together can make that happen. We implemented a recommendation for discharge summary C-CDA content, and it's being adopted across the state of Texas. However, we feel like that you could help make that even better. So our opportunities with you guys, can we go through the options together and create tighter guidance? Could it be more than the 6 required elements? And could we create sample discharge summaries to help with that? And is there a way to measure creation of C-CDA and consumption of discharge summary C-CDA? Because I think that's confusing in the community, is that organizations send things and the other EHR doesn't consume it in a like manner. And we really do believe, or the clinicians believe, and I actually believe too, as the leader of the collaborative, that the emphasis should be on the consumer of the data and asking that consumer of the data what he or she needs to care for the clinician. So could we change hospital consultations to required instead of optional? Could we change procedure sections, which are now optional, to required? And could we add a results section to as required? And now there is a little bit more needed on results section, particularly with laboratory, but I think that you guys are working on that. And I know that we're working with the Sequoia Data Usability Work Group. Now, and I'm going to let Lisa talk about I had guidance on the order information and the XML, because we think the information should come from the organization in a standardized order, so that if it can't be reordered in a style sheet in the receiving organization, that it is at least consistent. Lisa, did you want to add more on that?
Sure. I was going to mention the when we had back in the days when we were really focused on the style sheet kind of capabilities, and the ONC ran the style sheet challenge. The winner produced a style sheet that had flexibility controls built in that allowed the consumer to optimize the order that they like to see it in. And I think that was instructive. I don't know how many organizations leveraged that style sheet. The one that we produced from HL7 will just simply march through the sections in the order that the content creator created them in. But, you know, maybe there needs to be some work in the style sheet area of what HL7 produces as a best practice style sheet to offer more flexibility like that ONC winning style sheet did, that has controls so that the consumer can have more control over how they see their content rendered.
Now, I want to ask you guys, is this what you're seeing when you talk to your communities? Anybody out there?
Catherine, I'll start the conversation so people can think about getting their comments in, just because I've had a chance to think about this a little bit. I'm working with an HIE right now that's doing some creative stuff about distributing ADT notifications, and they actually are offering an option where organizations that do subscribe to receive ADTs can decide if they'd like to have an auto CCD request placed, so that if a person is admitted or discharged, they get a CCD on that person right after. With the admit, it happens right after the admission. With the discharge, it happens a certain number of hours delayed after, so that doctors can finish up their notes, etc. But one of the things that I was always curious about is, why are they not focused on discharge summary instead of CCD for the discharge use case? And one of the things that I felt was interesting about your work in Texas.
No, you didn't.
Oh, I didn't?
No, I think he was just not on mute. That's all.
Sorry, I was
okay.
yelling at my wife.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sorry, that's the way John talks to me too, so that's okay. But
me too. Lisa.
I did actually find it interesting, John, and that was that why there isn't more understanding about the value of the discharge summary and how it's really a different document telling a different story than just asking for a CCD. And that was, maybe one step even more specific than, Catherine's trying to refine what we do around discharge summary. I just wish everybody knew to ask for a discharge summary instead of a CCD when they're interested in what happened at the point of discharge.
But a discharge summary C-CDA, I think that there's confusion. The technical world is using a different language, and using that different language, it's not always connecting with the clinical world. And so what a discharge summary contains is it's a summary. It's a concise summary of an encounter, of an inpatient hospitalization. So it contains an admitting diagnosis, reason for hospitalization, pertinent lab, rad, consult, and other significant findings. It's a patient's response to treatment and procedures, conditions, discharge instructions, and final diagnosis. Now, if clinicians were to get this information in an electronic format through the C-CDA, it would allow them to leverage clinical decision support in their organization. For example, they would get the medications and be able to reconcile the medication. They'd be able to know what diet the individual was on. They would be able to know whether they have received the laboratory tests that they need to, like a hemoglobin A1C for their HEDIS reporting. They'd be able to know whether they got their flu vaccination. They would be able to accurately plan for that individual's care instead of having to read a PDF discharge summary that the hospital is faxing to them. And I think that that's what my community is saying, is that we want to grow. We want to really utilize our EHRs to their fullest potential, but we're not able to right now because the discharge summary C-CDA is inconsistent from organization to organization. See, and here's what CMS says is required in there. So there's all kinds of regulatory requirements on what needs to be in a discharge summary that hospitals are measured on, from CMS, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, in order to get their funding, Joint Commission, which is deemed status. They all come in here and they look to see, hey guys, are you doing the right thing? And if they're not, they have to get in line. And mostly they do it because they've been doing it a long time.
So that
here-
that slide,
Catherine, do you?
Catherine, that you had
sorry.
earlier that had recommendations. I don't know where it was. This one, yeah. Like, is this in line with those regulations? Like,
Yes.
So
It is, Gene. Now there's
Okay.
more. I would have asked for more, but I'm trying to be kind on my first visit with y'all.
So,
and Catherine,
so
do you
I mean,
think
the
if,
implementers, if the regulations are saying you have to do this, and then if we went to the spec and made these changes, I mean, that would be in line. I mean, you're probably, if you're doing a discharge summary according to the CMS regulations, you're probably already sending some of these things already. So us making these things
You are,
required.
Gene, and that's why I didn't understand why it's not why they're not included in the standard as required, because they are doing them.
So this is Rachel. It is required for the hospitals to create the document to the standard, but the receiving of the document by the ambulatory clinics is not required. They have to be able to receive them, but not necessarily reconcile them. They're
True,
instructed
Michelle,
to-
but not every single one of the requirements that are included in the CMS requirement for a discharge summary are included as required from HL7. A lot of them are optional. So what we're saying is, can you make those optional things that are required by CMS as required? And then the next thing is what can you do when we're back to Lisa's thing? What can you do to help make sure that those required elements and those optional elements are packaged in a consistent way within the different EHRs with their style sheets?
And I think too, the other thing from the graphs you had of also giving recommendations on, don't give me the 30 days of information, give me the beginning and the end, and that kind of stuff. There's two sets or three sets, I guess. There's this that you've got here, plus maybe some more. Well, I guess the fourth bullet point was the same thing, the guidance on the order so it's the same everywhere. And then providing guidance. It's almost companion guidance. You can probably put it in the spec to say, hey, I don't know if it goes in the spec. It's probably a companion guide to say, when you're doing a discharge summary, here's the level of, or the amount of data, the level of detail that we want to go into, right? So don't give me, like you said, don't give me all the vital signs. That is just I'm going to get teed up and get angry at you.
And they do.
It becomes useless, right? Yeah, and I'm looking at, my mom was just in the hospital a couple of weeks ago, and I'm looking at her discharge summary, and they don't even have vital signs on it because it's not important to the actual, now this is patient discharge summary, but it's exactly what you've got here. Here's what she presented at. Here's what we decided it was. Here's the meds, blah, 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 blah. It's exactly what you have. So
And so Jean, whatever you got for your mother's visit, that's what the type of information that we should be sending electronically in this consistent order so that it can be digested into the EHR.
Right.
And they are required to report on them, and they do it. So why not take advantage of it?
Yep. So Lisa and others on the CDA on the spec side, is that something that goes in the spec? Is that is that a companion guide thing?
We thought that if the recommendation slide, Catherine, that you had, we thought that we could try tomorrow to make a discharge summary that follows the set of the order of sections and the sections that she just had there, and then use Catherine's consolidated implementer feedback to put in JIRA tickets against consolidated CDA to ask for these constraint improvements for the document, and hope that when the work that Gay was talking about to produce a new version of the discharge summary in the coming year, that this could be addressed.
Yeah.
It doesn't address the order. The order is a different is a different issue. Right now, the standard style sheet just marches through the document. And if HL7 were to go out on a limb and say, for the sake of consistency, because, let's set preference aside and say, well, even if some people are a little bit less happy, everyone would generally be more happy if things were in the same order, in the same place, so you could find things more easily. Maybe we should try that, and even with one document type, say, produce discharge summaries, always putting these sections in this order, and see if we get better results than the amount of happiness we've received up until now.
And is that something Lisa's style sheet could do? Like, the style sheet, like you say right now, is probably just presenting the sections in the order they are, but you could make style sheet a bit smarter and look for specific sections and put them in this specific order.
Yeah, the ONC style sheet. You guys remember? Do you ever see that? MaxMD, our CDA viewer on our website, allows you to use the ONC one, and it has like a control panel on the right-hand side that lists the sections, and you can move the up arrow or the down arrow, and then preserve the order that you like to see things in. It's more of a user preference. But Alexander Henkett, who's the primary author of HL7's sort of giveaway style sheet, doesn't have any of those kind of controls built in.
Right.
So
maybe
the standard
we should be demonstrating
prescribe it. Well, we could. The place for that is the style sheet, right? Somehow, because the standard itself would never. No one would agree to say it has to be in this order.
I don't know that
we could offer a style sheet that would permit ordering. To be controlled.
Yep.
Gay, I don't know that people wouldn't on those document types agree to a standard order if you referenced CMS.
I mean, within the standard itself, within the standard requirements. Not that you couldn't get agreement of what they should be and what order they should be in, but the standard itself does not support requiring an order. So, but like Lisa said, that could be supported within the style sheet that could be made available.
And for what it's worth, this is DDM back now. This is something that we actually did include as an appendix in the data usability implementation guide, this information, but it would be great if we can point to what you're suggesting here, the asks of making them required. And then we could, if HL7 doesn't want to, that doesn't mean we couldn't do it in version 2.0. We are looking at prioritizing our pain points for the next version, which won't come out till next year. And I think that's the problem. I think we would like to get it out sooner for Catherine's benefit there in Texas, but that's also another opportunity where we can help reinforce it, because we really are pushing the version 1 guide that we published in December. We have an initiative called Data Usability Taking Root. And we launched it at HIMSS, and we're trying to get everybody to come in as a supporter, implementer, or sponsor to move that forward and create testing tools for it and things like that. So we'll continue to make sure we work with you guys, HL7, to provide that feedback as well, because I think that's where we all can work together to hopefully make a little bit of a difference.
Now, Dee Dee, did I miss anything from our work group and sharing with this group?
No, I had to jump off for like 10 minutes while the power went out here for whatever reason. You did an awesome job until like I said, I was just off for about 10 minutes and I came right back. So I think you covered it well.
All right.
I do think there's some challenges with like hospital consultations. Did you get any guidance from people when the section is narrative only? Hospital consultations section doesn't have, it tells us what code to use for section.code, and it has a title and it has some text, but there's no deeper guidance. It says, for example, the hospital consultation section records consultations that occurred during the admission, and that's all you've really got. So what did folks have to say around, what should be in the hospital consultations section?
Lisa, let's look at, now, of course, it would be optimal if you could have a summary of recommendations in there. But here's a template from the University of Tennessee Health Science. I think that it would be better than it is now if you just had the name of the consultant and their discipline.
Mm-hmm.
That would lead people to know where to pull additional information. Like you don't
maybe
want,
the date.
yeah,
Like the date.
not the date would be fine, but even if you just had D.D. Davis, pulmonologist,
Yeah.
that would
At
let
least
them
know
know.
some basics.
Yeah, to pull information. You don't need to pull the consult note into the discharge summary because it's succinct. I don't know what Jean's mother was in there about, but it's mostly about telling them, hey, there's additional information that guided us from a specialist. And I'm sorry, Dee Dee.
Yeah, what I was about to say, I think some of the conversations we were having with your CIOs were, they were very much in favor of including notes, like if there was a procedure done at the hospital. So let's say they did some sort of pulmonary procedure, to include that note in the procedure section or something like that. So, and that's the guidance in the current data usability work group, is those notes need to be in the appropriate section based upon what the note is, whether it's, you know, a radiologist transcription note information or some sort of procedure that was done for imaging, or whatever those things might be, thinking of grouping it in that right area.
Yep. Yeah. And the ability to always pull that additional information and have it come across as a different document type.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can put some good ideas together, and maybe if we start to have, one of the things at the examples task force, we've been focused on smaller bits and pieces of information, and we've always thought that it would be nice to be able to have some more whole document examples, and perhaps we can start with the idea of at least demonstrating the recommended sections included, and give some idea of what content would be in some of these sections that right now the spec doesn't give us any hints about.
Now, Jean, is this what your mom's discharge summary looked like? Something like this?
Yeah, I had charts, so it made it nicer, but
Yeah, this is I was trying to, Lisa and I decided it's hard to get examples from people because they don't want to share PHI. So I'm forced to like do internet searches and try to find something.
I gladly give up all my mom and wife's data because they have interesting medical problems.
Could we take you up on that, Jean? Seriously,
No.
do you think your mom would make a gift, an educational gift of her medical documents to let us work on them?
Well, I'm her power of attorney, so yes.
Well, and here is a discharge summary C-CDA that one of our organizations received. And this just tells you the different sections and the order that it's received in. So this is not particularly helpful for this organization. They got this from one of our larger organizations, one of our larger facilities or health systems in Texas that is really very proud of the information that they send. But one of our primary care groups got this and they said, this is not particularly helpful for us. And it's kind of like back when I was with my previous organization and I was trying to be oh so helpful and overloaded people. I think that too much information is just not helpful.
And did they have content in each one of these sections? Because there's okay, like why include the insurance? That's not, and the patient contacts, and I hear you.
Well, that's the payer section. That's the payer section. That's one of the new US CDI data elements, is to include insurance information.
In a discharge summary?
No.
Well, not necessarily in a discharge summary, but I mean, it could be relevant if you're the organization, let's say mom's been in there for a while or whatever, and her insurance changed or something.
Lisa, we have to know
Yeah.
that people can always pull for additional information. And, and know that a discharge summary is supposed to be a concise clinical summary of an encounter. And if they want insurance information, they can pull it. And
I
we
think this
did-
goes back to that beginning. And Rochelle, I can remember you guys when we were first doing IATs. I think it was DHIT, where discharge summaries, all the different exchanges of documents ended up just being CCDs, right? Like that's how we were communicating. Now that people are actually making actual discharge summaries and actual different documents, then yeah, you're right, Catherine. The summaries in the name of the document. It should be a summary.
Yeah, I think clinical summary was one that was available, and most EHs, EP environments, ambulatory environments use that document, and they didn't really use too much of the CCD, but it was required. And on the flip side of that, the hospitals were stopped using discharge summaries for electronic transfer and started using CCDs. Now, what we're seeing more of now is the discharge summaries coming back through. The problem we see at this point is the ambulatory environments say we want your CCD, not your CDA discharge summary. So there's a point of contention there that the better document would probably be the discharge summary, because they are already, maybe a primary care doctor already has the whole patient's record. They really just want to know what happened during the discharge. So, and then we have the whole referral note issue, and knowing when to send the proper document to benefit the physicians is not something that I feel like ONC supports EHRs on understanding, and it's more something that everybody needs guidance on.
I think
we did find the education was very much needed, because I'll be honest, I still talked to, just at HIMSS last week, I talked to a whole group of clinicians that said, well, we want CCD documents. I said, no, for you want a progress note or a consult note. And they didn't even know, they thought CCD was like the only thing you could get. So
yeah,
there is an education need there, because most people don't know that, like, the base C-CDA spec has 15 different document types that you could use and leverage.
It seems to me that's the only thing someone can demand, and that's what they go to.
Exactly.
Right.
But we are growing and getting better. And one of the things that we really work to avoid putting everything in the discharge summary CCDA is because DD from Sequoia Project and Carry Quality is there to help advise us. And Commonwealth, what is his name?
Paul Wilder.
Paul, don't tell him I forgot his name.
I won't, no worries.
But I like Paul, and Paul is there at every single meeting. Both of them are there to advise us. And you know what? Through the national networks, people can always pull for additional information. And the clinicians said, what we're going to do is we're going to work on solving 80% of the clinician's problem, and know that those specialists, we're going to have to pull additional information, or for unique circumstances, pull additional information and query. But we're going to give them this as a discharge summary, a quick summary of the encounter. So that's my story.
Catherine, thank you so much for summarizing that. To just have one person who's willing to bring so much prior work together in a summarized way and bring it forward to this group, it does so much to help communities connect. And I look forward to working with you on a discharge summary that we can bring back to start to show one that is more responsive to what you guys are asking for.
Fair enough.
And on that note, sorry, I was just gonna say there is a breakout session tomorrow on building a better discharge summary. So if people are interested, that we're gonna have that topic tomorrow.
That's very enjoyable. Even as a listener, it was enjoyable because just the combination, the cross section, the intersection of the implementers and someone on the ground floor and having that conversation, it feels like what this is really made for. Like it's just a getting together and having that acceptable conversation. Well, look, I understand that the documents say this, but here's my real world scenario and what I'm facing, and here's how they're colliding at this point. Really enjoyable.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm going to stop sharing right now. And I'm going to listen in on the rest of your things because they're interesting to me.
All right, Dee Dee, you're up next with your question for implementers.
Yes, and you guys have the slides that I was going to use. You don't mind being the one to display it by chance?
Sure, I will bring that up.
I just don't want my power to go. I'm on my phone now, so no matter what, if the power goes out, it doesn't matter. But it's harder to present from there. So just to tee it up as Jean Teau is pulling those slides up for us. We and the CDA management group, so some of you may be aware of this because we did a really large outreach, but we are kind of at a conundrum at HL7 today. So for those that may not be aware, C-CDA, the consolidated CDA, which is US realm, is built on top of the universal realm known as CDA. CDA 2.0 came out in 2005, and it was, it's the basis for what C-CDA 2.1 is on today. Right before Calvin Beebe, who was a longtime subject matter expert working with structured documents and so forth, right before he retired officially, he put out a new version, 2.1 of CDA. So this slide here shows CDA 2.0 versus CDA 2.1. So I'm going to spend about 4 or 5 minutes here giving you a little bit about what's the problem here. So CDA is the underlying XML schema for C-CDA. I've already mentioned that. It was last updated in 2006. But CDA 2.1 was published in 2019, right when Calvin was leaving. And there is a link to the version there in these slides, which you should have available as well. Now, CDA 2.1 does represent, a minimal update, but there were a lot of lessons learned from the 14 years. And there were some innovations to allow some new requirements that had not been thought of in the original CDA 2.0. So Epic actually, as well as some other vendors, had suggested that we may want to evaluate 2.1 for being the new basis for C-CDA's, update. Now, the major goal of CDA 2.1 was backwards compatibility. So, we wanted to make sure that if we think about this, we're moving the needle forward. Yeah, go ahead and go to the next slide. So really today, the backwards compatibility, if you think about it, CDA 2.0 does have backwards compatibility to 2.1. The problem is if you're looking from 2.0 going back to 2.1, there has to be some sort of transform. So if you think about moving data into like extensions during those backwards compatible, transformations, it may not always be usable by those receiving systems. So as one of the CDA management group co-chairs, I took these slides that John Demore, who I'll give full credit because he helped pull these together. He listened to Calvin Beebe's, educational presentations and pulled these little Cliff Notes links together. So if you go to the next slide, the changes, what we try to do is summarize the overall changes. There's an educational session that Calvin Beebe gave that has a lot of this information, but this is kind of the Cliff Notes version. So the updates did reference a new schema. So here's the link to the XSD, the schema itself. It did increase some of the cardinality of certain selected elements to be able to allow for those repeat items. Increase some of the vocabulary terms because in the original CDA 2.0, there were, select elements that didn't have some of those terms available. And then allowing for those extensions, migrating certain extensions into the base schema. So really making it more part and parcel of the base spec. And then allowing for things like tables within tables. within narratives. So tables within tables in the narrative section and so forth. And then thinking, and again, that goes to that usability, having that data displayed for the clinician so that they can slice and dice through it as they needed. But then also supporting for some of the concept domains and the new attributes in the new RIM. So all of CDA is based on the reference information model, the RIM. And basically it moved it to the 2.35 version. Again, knowing all this is, there's a lot more depth in this information, and there is a link in the bottom of this slide. If you want to learn more about CDA 2.1 and get all the little nitty-gritty details, feel free to click on the link there. If you go to the next slide, what we did was we kind of tried to think about what is the value for moving to 2.1. What are the use cases that we think would be a value add to consider? So we tried to, again, John helped do this, so I want to give him credit. But it may be necessary, for instance, to have multiple legal authenticators. You may want to have the cardinality of more than just one. You may want to allow to have like a middle name or some, to specify a middle name or some other information, or use other types of null flavors. So thinking about increasing those vocabulary terms. So those are examples of that number 3 that I mentioned earlier. If you think about the schema extension, being able to move that to the base, it's just easier to find all the information, having everything in one base spec. And then just the human rendered, those narrative looks, they look odd within the tables if they're not set up right. So allowing for that narrative update. So those are really the largest value adds that we pulled out of a lot of that information. If you go to the next slide, what we did was we reached out to many of the major vendors, and then to try to make sure we didn't leave any stone unturned, we reached out to the EHR Association, which is made up of about 25 EHR vendors in the US. And we asked them the questions: do you already support CDA 2.1? And we had some confusion. So I had to do a lot of education and one-on-ones because they were confusing C-CDA 2.1 with CDA 2.1. And a lot of them were saying that they already supported it. And once we started digging and rolling up our sleeves, we kind of uncovered that, well, there was a little bit of education opportunity there, and they didn't necessarily actually support CDA 2.1. But we did find at least one EHR that did. Now, we asked the question as well: is the change, if HL7 moves forward with CDA R 2.1, is it worth the potential disruption? Is it something that would work within your roadmap or your development sprints with within the vendor world? And basically the feedback we got from both the EHR Association formally and some of the very large vendors individually was that unless regulations require it, they just didn't see that the juice was worth the squeeze. Is a good way to kind of summarize it. Now, we within HL7 want to make sure that we're supporting some of these innovations that CDA 2.1 allows. So we want to kind of get input at this Implementation-A-Thon and just bring this for visibility for consideration and discussion. And we have some other links where you can find all about more of the CDA 2.1, the pros and cons discussion. There's some, a nice page there. And then just the history of all the download where you can actually get the spec is here. So we wanted to we only had 15 minutes allocated for this. We wanted to introduce it, but then we wanted to open it up for any questions or comments. Was this new information? Did you know about it already? I guess is one question I would ask this group. Was this useful? And what are your thoughts? I hear silence. And this is very technical, so there are no stupid questions.
This is super technical, and a lot of people, haven't benefited. I do have to kind of plug, there was a good sized team of people that supported Calvin. So yes. Although Calvin, definitely it was his swan song to leave us with this because he very much
It was.
believed that there might be a need for CDA to have a much longer life than any of us anticipated. So it was a grand,
Yes.
kind gesture, but it definitely was a bigger group than just Calvin.
You're
that
absolutely
did this
right.
work.
Yeah, there were weekly calls that we had for over a year to pull this together. So yeah, there was a grouping.
There's one particular aspect of this work that was done that, you know, I hate to, even if we don't move forward on any other aspects of it, there were some improvements in the HTML tags that are available to express the narrative. And as Catherine pointed out, a lot of what affects how people receive CDA documents is how they look and how the information is organized, how we present that material to the consumers. There's an improved schema for what narrative tags are allowed to be used and the combinations of them that can be supported. And this is a very modular piece of the overall package, but I have very much been thinking, even if the only thing that we consider is how could we leverage the improved narrative part of the schema to give us, you know, whatever you would want to call it, CDA 2.0.0.1, or, you know, some very, very minuscule improvement over just CDA R2.0, to see if this would be something that the industry could tolerate without it being a huge inconvenience. And as a result, we would get some additional expressivity about how we present the information.
So Dee Dee, I have a question. It's Rachel. From the HIE perspective, how difficult would it be to consume and make changes to consume a 2.1 CDA?
You know, I think it depends on their technology stack. I think for some it would be fairly simple as long as they know how to interpret that it is a 2.1 versus, you know, the base 2.0. So we need to make sure that there's some trigger to know that. And we even talked about what if we had some sort of transforms or mappings or things that we could provide to help them. I think if we could give them some elbow support, I don't think it would be that difficult. And it would give them some longevity and some abilities they don't have today. So I think it would be good, but I think we did not reach out to the HIE vendors. We only reached out to the EHR vendors because many of the HIEs, if they do create content, it is on demand. And I think those that just do on-demand documents could probably conform to anything. It's receiving it that's going to have to be, you know, have to consider just a bit, especially if they're going to digest that information.
Right. That's what I'm most concerned about, is the digestion of it, because I think implementers will adjust and do what's needed.
Absolutely.
But even ends always seems to be a little bit behind, you know, on that process. I mean, some HIEs are still taking 1.1 CCD.
I know, right?
So, and outputting those, you know, so I just.
Yeah, and there's always, I think, more work than you think, right, on the recipient
receivers.
end.
I'm sorry?
Right. I think on the recipient end, there's probably more work than you think also, because then, you know, you can get it, but then you'll just lose data if you're not expecting it.
Right.
I mean, then that's kind of what's happening already with USCDI V1 and some of the HIEs. They just, and then they're not able to transition that data back out because they're providing a 1.1 CCD versus.
Exactly.
I'm just wondering, is this just a whole nother layer that's going to get us further away from the goal, which is interoperability for a lot of this stuff?
Yeah. And that's why we wanted to kind of bring this up, to kind of think about it, to, you know, get people discussing it. I mean, there's some added benefit, but then you know, the vendors are all saying, well, unless we're made to, we're not going to do it. Let's focus on FHIR. And don't get me wrong, FHIR's great. And there's a lot of forward momentum for that. The problem with the FHIR component piece of it is it still doesn't do everything CDA does today. So, and USCDI is advancing that, and we want to keep pushing that. So I think the vendors are all thinking about, well, let's see how we can do this with FHIR. But then when I talked to several of the EHR vendors, There's about 35 that make up at least the networks that I work with routinely. And all of them are saying that they're not even going to use FHIR to talk to other providers. They're only using FHIR to talk to patients, to consumers. So we have this hybrid world where we're going to have CDAs. I'm sorry to say, but we're going to have CDAs for a decade or more at least. And we need to think about how do we give Catherine and her clinicians in Texas what they want using what we have today. How can we improve that? So we're trying to figure out where should we even consider adopting something in, like Lisa was mentioning, in 2.0.0.1 or something to allow for at least like the narrative, a table within a table, some of those types of things that are not currently available. Could we do some sort of like patches or something? I don't know. That's why we wanted to bring it up here for discussion, and not to say that we expect you to give us a full answer, but we wanted to make you aware that this is something that HL7 is contemplating and we value your input. And I know we only had 15 minutes, so I want to be respectful of time.
Yeah, I was going to say we're in our break now, so
yeah, that's why I wanted to to let you know. And
is there going to be more discussion of this at like the working meeting, or where if people have some opinions, where's the place to come to give their opinions?
Yeah, I think the work group meeting would be a fabulous place, and the CDA management group actually meets weekly. We would welcome you to join our CDA management group. Anybody can join. And we can always add that to an agenda for discussion if there are, further questions and things we want to discuss.
All right.
Can't make it to the working group meeting, in other words. So if you're not going to New Orleans, then there is also a way to reach us, and we would welcome any input or questions from folks. So
cool. Good.
All right. Thank you for the time.
Yep, thanks, Dee Dee. So we're at break. We got 10 minutes, and then we're going to get a briefing in presentation from ONC on what's new, and then our ever popular Ask the ONC. So get your on the agenda for the next hour and a half. We have, like I said, ONC is going to give us a brief what's new, and then we'll be able to grill them on various questions that we might have for the ONC. So Alex, or I think it's you. I don't know who's going to be displaying or who's going to show us what's new at ONC.
Yeah, either Al or I can display. Al, do you have a preference? I don't know if he's on
he is.
Audio just yet.
I am here now.
Al, did you want me to run slides for you?
You've got the, yeah, if you don't mind. I mean, I can, if you're using the same deck as we were talking, as we were using, you can, that's fine. I've got.
Okay. Yeah, whatever's easiest for you. I know we're using it off, so.
I'll just, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'll just, if you can put them up, and you finished, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So we have to flip slide decks over.
Hopefully you didn't add anything to this either, because I last opened it like 5 hours ago. So
I have not made any changes. I haven't made any changes today, I don't think.
All right, great.
Can't promise Matt hasn't.
Yeah, me neither, but that's okay. I'm sure things haven't updated massively, and we'll be able to share the deck after.
All right. Should I start, or should we? Are we waiting on an introduction?
No, go ahead if you want to introduce people, but it's up to you. Whatever you want to do.
All right. And my Matt Ron is on his way. He's just coming out of another meeting, and so he will join and he'll jump in. I think he jumps in right after me, but I've got a little bit of time to work on. I've got a little time.
I did let Matt in, so he's at least in the Zoom.
All right. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started then. My name, for those who don't know me, and for those who do know me, my name is Al Taylor. I'm a medical informatics officer here at ONC in the Office of Technology, and the technical lead for US CDI, and I've been that for the last 4 years, since before US CDI version 1 came out. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what's new at ONC in the US CDI space, and talk about some related program called the Standards Version Advancement Process. And then I am going to turn it over to Matt, I believe, to talk about what's new as far as our new rule that is out, our new proposed rule, excuse me, that's out. Next slide, please. And these are the things that we're going to talk about. And then Alex is going to jump in, and then we're going to have the Ask ONC, I think, immediately. Oh, okay. Al will turn to Alex. Okay. Next slide. A lot of this, go ahead and click again, and just, there we go. Let's stop there. So this is a very high-level overview of what US CDI is and what it has been over the last several years. Originally introduced in the 21st Century Cures Act final rule from ONC. It obviously started with version 1. And what version 1 did as far as advancing health data interoperability is added several components. Those components are data that's included, narrative data that's included in clinical notes, some new key provenance data elements, along with some pediatric vital signs and certain address data elements. And these were new data elements that would, once US CDI is implemented, would be required to be exchanged between certified EHRs, but US CDI is also used for other purposes, defines other uses for the data, but at a minimum, it defines what is required to be able to be exchanged between certified health IT. It's built on at the data element level, or sort of discrete pieces of data, using in most cases using some structured vocabulary as a requirement to identify the data. US CDI does not address how those data should be formatted in order to be exchanged or even read or displayed. And it is built on patient access and the care coordination sort of use cases. And but there's lots of other ways that one can use US CDI. Some of these are being used in other federal programs. Some of these are being used in other programs outside of even federal programs and federal reporting programs. We go through an annual update cycle, and we'll talk a little bit about that, but the annual update cycle has resulted in now 2 new official versions, 2 new final versions of US CDI. Version 2, version 2 is the version in which we introduced a number of different health equity types of data, data that address different aspects of health data, including the introduction of SOGI and SDOH data elements. Version 3, which was published last July, was also added a number of different data elements that do address equity. These include things like health insurance information, health status assessments, the number of different types of health status assessments, along with a significant expansion in the data related to medication. Next slide, please. So I mentioned with what does US CDI mean? US CDI is the data set or the payload that has to be able to be exchanged using a couple of different formats. One of those formats is, of course, a variety of different templates using the C-CDA companion guide. And these companion guides are updated annually following the publication of a US CDI version, so that the companion guide, in this case, or US Core Fire IG, in another case, can be updated in order to facilitate exchange of the new data elements in US CDI. The two that have been published already. The latest is Release 2, which supports US CDI version 2, and version 3, US CDI version 3, companion guide Release 4. We're expecting publication very soon. I'd say any month now, I think. I don't know the exact release date, but and then what follows once we publish, we are in the process of publishing version 4 of US CDI, and that will also be supported by a future C-CDA companion guide release, along with a new FHIR US Core IG. Next slide. Continuing on with the annual process, we received several hundred pieces of input from the public, including submissions recommending new data elements to add to US CDI version 3. We published draft US CDI version 4 in January, and with the draft US CDI version 4 contains 20 new data elements with a little bit of rearrangement across data classes, just to make them more logically organized. But these new data elements are listed here. We have one new data class which addresses facility information, which is a new sort of a new concept in US CDI, along with expanding several of the other data classes, in particular health status assessment and health status assessment, the goals data class, and the medications data class were the ones that were a significant change in our approach to collecting data. The laboratory data class is the biggest set of new data elements, and that really was just an expansion to add more details to available and exchangeable laboratory data. When we published it in January, we went through a comment process. Next slide, please. We went through a public comment process, and the public comment process was actually, before I talk about the comment process, the data elements that we selected for US CDI version 4, the draft US CDI version 4, met at least some of these, what we call our prioritization criteria. We get hundreds, literally hundreds, of recommendations for new data elements in US CDI every year, all, just very distinct recommendations for a number of different data elements. We simply cannot add several hundred data elements to US CDI every year. It would be impossible to implement. Probably nobody would adopt a new version, even if voluntarily, because it's just too difficult of a technical lift in order to do that. And so we have set some prioritization criteria that we select from the available data elements to decide what goes into US CDI. These priorities are broken down into two different categories. One is what you might consider to be policy priorities, addressing behavioral health, healthcare inequities, underserved communities, and public health reporting requirements. Those are the policy priorities that we have set. So of the mature, ready, feasible data elements that have been submitted, we select preferentially amongst those that address these particular topic areas. There's also some basic technical criteria. We want to add data elements to US CDI that are feasible and ready to go, such that to scale it from to whatever extent these are already being collected and exchanged, to every certified health IT module that updates to a new version of US CDI will have to update all of the data elements in a new version of US CDI. And therefore, we want to make sure that this is what my term that I created is a moderate aggregate lift to go from one version of US CDI to the next. So those data elements that we selected, these 20 and approximately 20 in the last two previous versions, met some or all of the criteria, but key amongst them was a moderate aggregate lift to promote adoption of each new version as it comes out. Next slide. There's a lot of info on this chart. This is what we currently have published in draft US CDI version 4. We've gone through, I'll talk about the comment process in a minute. But what this this shows all of the data elements across all of the data classes in draft V4, and the little stars indicate new data elements compared to USCDI version 3 from last year. And like I said, we have a few rearrangements and some adjustments in the names, but for the most part, what to focus on is the new 20 data elements that we propose to add the USCDI version 4. Next slide. Once we did publish USCDI version 4, we started a 3-month process to collect public feedback on the data elements that we did include in USCDI, those 20. Any details about those 20, including how they're defined, what vocabulary standards are used or would be required to be used to represent them, and any data elements that were generally mature enough, sort of technically mature enough, but weren't added to USCDI. Which of those data elements might also be added to USCDI? And we've gotten a few specific recommendations on data elements that did not make the draft D4 list, with some solid justification for why they should be also added to draft to the final version. And so those are the comments that we collected over the last 3 months. Comment period closed a week ago Monday, and this count for comments includes almost 40 letters that we got from a variety of different organizations and federal agencies, along with the recommendations from the Health Information Technology Advisory Committee, our Federal Advisory Committee Act committee that formally advises ONC on our policies. So these comments were submitted across these different data classes, and we're taking those all into consideration individually and in aggregate to make determinations about what's going to end up in the final version of USCDI. Next slide. Once we do publish a version of USCDI after a period of time, and in the case of USCDI, after the supporting implementation guides such as the C-CDA companion guide and the Fire US Core implementation guide are published in order to support that version of USCDI, those standards and implementation guides are considered for voluntary update of health IT modules. Again, voluntary update to a system, but if a system decides to update to one of these versions of USCDI or any other standards that are available for voluntary update through this program that we call the Standards Version Advancement Process, the Health IT module is then required to be able to prove that they have updated and can represent these data using the standards that we published and using the IGs that were subsequently published. USCDI version 3 and the supporting C-CDA and FHIR IGs are being considered for addition to the applicable to the Standards Version Advancement process for this year. We will publish the list in June, and within 60 days of that, they'll be available so that systems that want to upgrade USCDI version 3, should it make the list, then they can start doing that starting in August of this year. And then the cycle repeats. So we finish USCDI version 4. Over the course of the next year, it'll be considered for addition to the SFAP approved standards list, along with the FHIR and C-CDA IGs as well, and the cycle continues. So next slide. I think I just talked about all of this with SFAP, and we go through this cycle of a variety of different standards that are cited in our certification criteria, and as those update, before we put out a new rule, as these these versions, these standards are independently published, they are then considered for addition, so that before a new rule might be implemented, might be finalized and implemented, Health IT can still update their systems to the newer versions of these standards even before they're required, so to better serve their customers. And we have this ongoing cycle where versions are published, people comment on whether or not they should be added to SFAP. ONC considers those comments and makes decisions on whether or not to include them in the list of the approved standards, and then making those available for updates to system. So it's also a predictable life cycle for new versions that would precede the requirement under a final rule that we might publish in the future. Next slide. This is a little bit of a cart before the horse thing. We talked a little bit about at the beginning. We talked about what US CDI is, and that it's required for certain US CDI criteria, certain certification criteria. And this is just another way of saying these are the areas that use US CDI in the certification criteria to exchange using the two main different exchange standards, which are the C-CDA templates and the FHIR US core APIs. The US CDI can also be used and is being used in some CMS programs for requirements. CMS sometimes cites US CDI or components of US CDI as requirements for their program, even though the US CDI program itself does not specify which federal programs say they require US CDI. Next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Alex, who's going to talk about the final rule that I just mentioned, and then
proposed rule. Just to be clear, proposed rule.
Yeah, I'm usually better at that. Yeah, the proposed rule, recently published proposal for rulemaking, and Alex or Matt is going to talk about that. I'm going to take a look at the chat and see if I can answer some of the questions while they're talking. Thanks.
Yep, thanks, Al. Yeah, happy to be here. My name's Alex Contour. I'm on Al's team in the standards division. I tend to work more on FHIR-related issues, topics, and projects than C-CDA, but glad to be participating here and really appreciated some of the content that we've already gone through today. So just wanted to do a quick introduction to the HTI 1 proposed rule. One of the things I'll note is that we are very short on time for this portion of the presentation. So rather than really getting into detail about what the rule requires or proposes, we'll spend a little bit more focus on how you can kind of get involved and the different ways to stay in the loop of activities happening at the federal level related to the rule. So let me dive right in. We have a pretty standard disclaimer because we are in the active rulemaking process that limits what we're able to say about the rule. And so all of the information that I'm going to present today, it's not a legal document. It should not be construed as the official proposals that are included in the rule. Rather, it's just sort of a restatement of those proposals, and all the official content is included in the proposed rule as published on the Federal Register. Because we are in active rulemaking, again, limited in what we can provide or say about the rule. We can't do things like interpret the proposals under the rule, provide additional guidance or anything like that. And so it's really mostly statement of facts that what can be found on the Federal Register. And then again, we do have a formal process for accepting comments through the Federal Register. And so any comments that are made today, we cannot consider those in the rulemaking process, nor address them. And then the content of these slides was produced and disseminated at U.S. taxpayer expense. What is this thing? It does a lot. We propose a lot of different changes to existing certification criteria, and some of the ones that are specifically related to C-CDA are highlighted on the screen here. I'd call attention first and foremost to the update to the version of US CDI that's essentially required as the floor for other criteria. Bumping that up from version 1 to version 3, which is the latest published version. And then simultaneously, we're also proposing to update the base standards that rely on US CDI, which is the C-CDA Companion Guide and the US Core Implementation Guide. Reading through the rule, you might notice that the versions that we proposed aren't the latest and greatest. Because those are still currently working their way through the publication process at HL7. But we do expect that that process will be completed by the time we issue a final rule. And it's our intent to align the standards that express US CDI version 3 appropriately. So we are using the latest and greatest versions of US Core and the C-CDA Companion Guide. We've also done some things like updating some of the minimum terminology standards that are associated with various certification criteria. It's been many years since we've actually gone and done this. So hopefully the new terminologies and that are available through the updated versions of these will help support a greater number of use cases, be more specific like that. One of the things that we don't actually have highlighted here, but I did want to call out because we probably should have highlighted it, is the electronic case reporting related criteria, which I believe are basically the proposal was to move from a set of like functional requirements for EHRs to actually name some standards that EHRs would be expected to implement. And in this case, it does include certain C-CDA or CDA related standards. Again, I think the big proposal in the rule that we wanted to emphasize or highlight during this conversation was the update to US CDI version 3 as sort of the new baseline for certification. Obviously that expanding the number of data elements and data classes that are included here would help increase the amount of data that's available to be used in exchange for patient care. There's a list here of various certification criteria that do leverage US CDI as sort of the baseline standard. You'll note again, transitions of care, the G10, FHIR APIs, things like that. If you're not already, attending HITAC meetings, highly recommend it. It's a great way to get information on the latest and greatest things that are happening at ONC or that ONC is, particularly interested in or focused on at a given moment in time. And that includes the HTI-1 proposed rule task force, which is going to be evaluating and providing recommendations to the HITAC, so the subgroup, about the proposed rule. That will be, looks like that has already actually kicked off yesterday, but we'll continue to meet on a regular cadence going forward. These meetings are all open to the public, and you can register at the link provided in the slides. There's also a lot of new resources about the proposed rule that are available on healthit.gov. We've got a link here in the slides, but it includes things like fact sheets, where we provide some helpfully consolidated and summarized views of information in the rule. So if you're interested in a specific criteria or aspect of the rule, we'll have likely a fact sheet that talks about that specifically, because it can be difficult to comb through the hundreds of pages that these rules are and find what you're looking for. And so hopefully these fact sheets will help provide easier way for you to find the information that you need. There's also a list of webinars and registration links for those webinars at healthit.gov/proposed rule. 3 of them are listed here, including a initial overview webinar happening tomorrow. And I believe there's 5 or 6 different webinars that are currently scheduled for this. Provide a couple more key links here as well for the things that we've mentioned during today's overview, including information about the rule, the proposed rule, the first webinar, again, happening tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time, and links to US CDI and SBAT as well. So I think that takes us right to time, and we'll dive right into the Ask the ONC session.
Thanks, Alex and Al. Appreciate that. For those who don't know me, my name is Matt Ron. I'm the acting director of the Standards Division for ONC in the Office of Technology. We'll add some links into the chat for folks if there's some additional ones, but and we'll send the slides. You should be able to get them tomorrow, but we'll add those links. As far as the rule is concerned, and it looks like Kyle just added a bunch in there. There's a bunch of all the information you need for the rule is at the link that Kyle just put in, and I would recommend joining the high text, like Alex said. Those meetings I think are Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for the next month. So if you have interest in hearing what folks on the high tech are going to be providing feedback to us on, please feel free to join those. And then there is some FAQs or overview documents that we've released as well. But before we start, I'm going to ask Kyle to introduce herself, and then we can introduce some of the other ONC folks on the call.
Sure thing. Hi there, this is Kyle Cobb, and I am the Tools and Testing Branch Chief at Certification Testing Division at ONC. Back to you, Matt.
Erin, do you want to introduce yourself? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No worries. Hi, I'm Erin Little. I am a public health analyst. I'm actually on Kyle's team on the Tools and Testing Branch at ONC.
And Erin is supporting C-CDA, so she is supporting all of the C-CDA validators in site or ETT.
Oh yes, that is an important part. Yes, I am the C-CDA subject matter expert.
Yeah,
that's why I'm the IAT. So thank you.
Definitely, thanks, Erin and Kyle. And then I think last but not least, Sarah. Most of you probably know Sarah, but do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, Sarah Armson. I'm in the Terminology and Content Delivery branch with Al and Alex.
Awesome. So, John, Jogender, or anyone else, how do you want to set this up? Do you want to just have folks ask questions?
Yeah, I think anyone who has some questions for you, I think there were some in the chat.
Yeah,
you may
and
answer some of those.
Yeah. So Lisa was asking about the criteria. Al can provide more, but we do have some a prep sheet that does have some criteria that we follow as far as leveling, and then ultimately what ends up in the final draft or the final version. We also do put out standards bulletins with each draft and final that kind of talks about, in the final, talks about why we did, finalize what we did, and then it talks about our priorities for the next version of US CDI. And then in the draft, when the draft is released, we put out a standards bulletin that talks about the new data elements and why, and then the specific feedback we'd like. We obviously take feedback on the whole thing, but generally we have some specific questions we'll ask for folks to provide feedback on.
Let me just add a little bit to that, Matt. And I wanted to address Lisa's question, sort of her specific question. like all of the other new data elements in US CDI, the data elements have to be considered to be among the more mature for the criteria that we have set for deciding the maturity and readiness of a data element. So that includes maturity of the developed standard, a vocabulary standard used to represent a data element, the extent of use in current health IT systems, the available exchange or the current or potential exchange of data elements, based on these one or more exchange implementation guides, and the actual exchange of the data, not just the spec for it. And then the fourth category of maturity, if you will, is the extent to which a data element applies to a broad spectrum of potential stakeholders, meaning it's not very highly specialty specific. It's used in more, most, at least potentially usable in most care settings, and but not specialty specific. Also that it's not considered, for the most part, is not considered to be some subset of some other data element that's part of US CDI. We do make some exceptions to that where we feel like that subset of data is important enough to call out. Examples are things like SDOH assessment versus a general assessment. So those are the criteria that make it a level 2 data element to be considered for addition to US CDI. And then in one of my earlier slides, I talk about the nine different prioritization criteria that ONC uses to select amongst those several hundred level 2 data elements for consideration for adding to US CDI. So there's two parts. One is they have to be level 2 data elements according to those criteria, and they have to meet some of the prioritization criteria that ONC sets and publishes and forecasts for future consideration.
Al, with that as the criteria, the reason I bring up some of these things is it doesn't seem to me that the health insurance data elements necessarily meet those criteria. Well-established value sets, how you represent payer identifiers. There are some things like that, whether or not the payer section was ever populated, readily used, and exchanged, it doesn't seem like they meet some of those criteria.
I understand your position. We've gone through it with the submitter and with a variety of folks in industry, and are comfortable with our decision to A, call it level 2, and B, add it to US CDI.
Yeah, I'll just add, it's obviously not necessarily a perfect process, but it's the one we've got. And in a lot of cases, making some of the leveling determinations is maybe more difficult than it appears at face value. Just given what we understand about the market and just the way that, because healthcare, I guess, is either so siloed or fragmented, however you want to kind of describe it, a lot of stuff is not necessarily ubiquitous across all different spaces or for all purposes. And we kind of have to pick and choose and make some hard decisions on those bases as well.
Can I ask a question regarding test tools? Would it be appropriate to ask about the Inferno test tool for these line of questions?
Yep.
You said nope?
Yeah,
Sure.
Feel free if you'd
You're
like.
lucky.
Okay.
You have a few Inferno folks here, so we can
Okay,
do
great.
that.
Okay, well, just a quick question. I wasn't sure. I guess with the talk of other US CDI versions, I guess, I'm trying to keep it simple. I'm a simple kind of person in this aspect. What happens when a particular US CDI is required? What happens to the testing that we do in Inferno? Like, can you kind of paint a picture of what would happen to the options that I will get to select?
Yep, we do. We actually, Actually, if I can pull up Inferno, I can show you.
Mhm.
But we do have multiple versions in Inferno for testing. So if, let me just share.
Okay.
Okay, you can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so we do have our standardized, API, which is, this is directly related to G10, which I think you're probably referring to. So for each of the different US core versions, that correspond to US CDI versions, I mean, there was a little sort of a hiccup in between as we were getting sort of into this cadence. So we did have 2 version 1s with US core, but we allow users to, test for different versions. So with this new SVAP cycle that will be starting in July, we will be adding a new US core and that corresponds to US CDI version 3.
Okay, and then do you plan on deprecating, like, let's say the first option now, that would be deprecated at some point?
At some point,
Okay.
we don't have any plans right now to deprecate them. And I think that the reason being is that these are all through SBAP, and we currently require 3.1.1 in regulation.
Correct.
So if that was to change, then that could be deprecated, but as long as it's in regulation, we'll keep it.
Okay. All right. That's really the only thing I had. I guess one other kind of just nosy kind of question. You guys have a lot of really useful tools, whether it be the edge testing tool and all of its features, like the scorecard, whatever have you. I know the scorecard is currently down, but that's a separate question. Do you have any, like, do you plan for any other tools you think that have kind of been in the works, or is there any plans to have any other additional tools to help out, or is that just not on the agenda really?
Well, and I will, Matt, I will field the plans for other tools to you in a minute. But for right now, we are limited to just the validators that we have on site and ETT. The sort of good news and upcoming is that we just did a competitive bid to update the ETT and site website. So we will be like redoing the information architecture, reorganizing all of the content, making it easier to see where things are. And if it's determined as part of that there are needs for other types of testing and validation, we'd love to hear through the process. We will be, I don't think this will really happen until the fall, but we will be doing requirements gathering, and it sounds like this might be a really good community to come back to learn more about, your thoughts on, what we provide and what you'd like to see.
Okay, that sounds great.
And Matt, if you want to add anything to that, please.
Okay, yeah, you should. So Matt, thanks for clarifying the API. We'll check on that and get that up. And as far as just for this purpose, the purpose of this group from a CCDA scorecard perspective, I could see there be potential updates in the future if we come out with a new version of rubric. As most know, that we did do a CCDA rubric IG, and that was released a few years ago, and that's what this version of the scorecard is built off of. But as best practices come into play, we should look at creating them formally through getting them approved, and then potentially we could make updates on our end on the CCDA scorecard side. But we're listening if folks are, like Kyle said, are interested in things that maybe have helped from a implementation and adoption standpoint.
Yeah, it's very
and
helpful.
I'll put my email in here, so please just reach out if you're interested in talking more.
Definitely. And no, I think that's very helpful. that's all I have. I'm just curious about the tool side of things because that's usually where I'm at when I'm testing.
A quick question. This is
Perfect. No,
Brian.
thanks,
Quick question.
Yeah.
This is Brian with DHIT. Did you say when US CDI v3 would be in the test tool?
Yeah, so the IGs that are aligned with USCDI version 3 are hopeful that, and I think Gay can confirm everything, but hopefully in the next week or two, both the C-CDA companion guide release 4 and the US course 6.0.0 that align with USCDI version 3 will be out. As far as, and another plug to the standards version advancement process, please leave comments on that. That's open until like May 22nd. We could add to the next version of SAP. We can consider adding USCDI version 3 and those implementation guides. So if we receive comments to that, we will consider adding it to the next version of SVAP, thus starting a cycle of potentially updating our tools to accommodate those particular IGs. But for now, until those are the IGs are actually published, we're not going to be able to update in the immediate future. Does that answer your question? And Kyle,
Yeah, and that includes Inferno.
Yep.
Yeah,
it does.
Inferno and C-CDA.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
One last question from Matt Davis. Is there anything that I guess we should know about for the next thing to care about? What's the next deadline that's the most important in your eyes?
Comment deadline.
Or sorry, any kind of timeline or due date or anything that's up next?
Well, obviously the HDI 1, the proposed rule we came out with, that is should be on the top of everyone's mind to provide feedback. And that, of course, I'm saying that, and I should say the exact date that the comments are due by. June 20th.
21st.
I'm seeing June 20th, 11:59 p.m. And then, so that's for the rule. May 22nd is the deadline for comments on what will be included in the next standards version advancement process for 2023. At the end of this year, there is the EHI export deadline, which I believe is B10. So that's coming up. As far as, anything related to the proposed rule, there's deadlines in there that we've proposed. And so, that is something we'll be, taking input on if, as far as the timelines are concerned.
That was helpful. Thank you.
And the others, please add anything else.
Do you know that off the top, the SVAP proposed release date or goal? Roughly?
Yeah, so we try to get it, we'll do our best to get it out in June, at some point in June. And again, for USCDI version 4, July.
Okay, thanks.
And then I think, Linda, Matt, did you figure out Matt, if you could just let Kyle and me know what.
It sounds like it's the API version, where you click scorecard API.
Yeah.
Is what's down.
You can send us an email, Matt, and we'll look into
that. I'm on it. I'm reaching out to the developer right now.
Okay, and it was just something we had been told maybe a while back, and it makes sense. I think there was a flood of hits to the particular service, and it was an issue, but I just thought I would ask here. I'll try again. I haven't tried to use Postman to hit it, but I will try that, and then I'll send you an email, Matt.
Yeah, I'll check that too. Yeah, Matt. So for me, working in Canada, I'm not able to hit the website unless I'm in a US VPN zone. So I was trying to run it one day and then somebody was telling me, oh, the scorecard's working. And so I went to the website. This is not the API, it's just the website. And then it wasn't working. It just kept failing. So then I switched to the US through a VPN, and then all of a sudden it started working. So I know with the DDoS attacks and stuff that might have been going on, that maybe you're restricting the countries that it can be connected from.
That's
as well.
interesting. We don't do that for Inferno, so we can also take a look at that too.
Yeah, I can always report that as an issue. It's just something I noticed, but I worked around it.
That would be
Yeah.
terrific. And
Yeah,
Aaron,
we'll
you
definitely
can
look into
follow
that.
up.
I mean,
Yeah.
CCDA is US realm, so I'm sure that that's not the case, that we're trying to just limit it only US, but you know, CCDA is US realm.
Okay.
Matt, this is Jim Grew. Matt, so once you you get the feedback for you know, the feedback that's coming now on the next version. So I'm interested in US CDI version 3. What kind of time period, because the significant thing for the specialty HRs, right, is now we have to have that specialty data. Once you finish and you get all the feedback, about what time period do you expect that might actually be in effect? What would be a typical time period for that?
For US CDI version 4, like to be a requirement for
where version 3 would be required. If it's approved through the, you know, you're getting feedback on it right now.
The rulemaking process.
Yeah.
So we proposed the end of 2024 for US CDI.
Version 3?
Yeah, for US CDI version 3 by the end of 2024.
Okay, thank you.
And does that mean if you set that date, the proposed date, then at the same time US CDI v1 would be deprecated? Or will there be some?
Version 3 will become the floor.
Right, but yeah, nothing will be deprecated unless there's a change in regulation.
Yeah, and I like, just hypothetically, you know, say we move up from version 1 and we might keep the 3.1.1 and 4.0.1 testing, but put it over into the other like test kit area rather than for G10 testing.
Yeah, and just for a little perspective, I think we just about 6 months ago deprecated the 2014 edition site. So I don't think anything's going to go away too quickly.
Good to know.
There was Matt, Lisa had a question around NDC in the chat way up here. Lisa, I don't know if you want to bring it up.
Yeah,
here.
that was a change we made at the value set update, I think a year ago. All the medication value sets took NDC out of them, and we're just using RX norm and SNOMED. I just was wondering if there were still advised uses for NDC and where that might be.
Pretty sure it's still required by CDC. I'm sorry, CMS for medication reporting and medication billing. It's listed as an option in draft V4, draft US CDI V4. It's listed as an optional standard to use. RX norm would still be required.
Okay. All those value sets in consolidated CDA have been changed to not use NDC.
Sure.
So I have one that's not necessarily C-CDA related, but a lot of the people I work with obviously want to get stuff into US CDI or into US core, and a lot of it doesn't have necessarily, it's not implemented. So they're trying to get, you know, biologically derived product is an example of that. And it seems to me with this latest version of US CDI, you've hit a lot of the clinical care and a lot of the stuff that's already been implemented. So is there still going to be, are there, why I get trying to figure out exactly how to ask the new stuff that's going to be in V5 and V6, like is it you still going to have the same requirements to show that it's been implemented and widely used, or will there start to be some of the more best practices? It would be nice if people were using this, so let's put that into US CDI that I always hear about.
So the criteria for leveling and therefore consideration for addition to US CDI is not widespread current use. It is a number of different, a fairly modest, small number of systems that are using it, whether it's a set of pilots or it's a small implementation across several different electronic health record product lines. It does not, so the use case needs to be more broadly applicable, widely applicable, but it does not say it has to be in 25% of EHRs across the country. It just, we ask whether or not it's been implemented in multiple different, even implemented for use or capture and or exchange across multiple, several different EHR types or other health IT types. So right now we expect the criteria to stay the same. So you have to be able to demonstrate that it's collected and used in only a few different EHR types and exchanged across several different organizations using an IG. It does not require widespread use to be considered. But I understand that it has to be widespread. Does not have to be widespread use to be considered in USCI. What's the bottom line? It just has to have the potential.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, from a the US core C-CDA perspective, seems like the US CDI is driving the updates, right?
Any other questions for the ONC team? All right. Well, thank you guys. Thank you, Al, Alex, Matt, and the rest of the group. Thank you for coming to this. And
I guess we have to be in person to get more than.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one thing just to note for some folks that I had intended to put in the slide deck and forgot. But I know there's been some conversations around, that we've around a project that we've kicked off, and I don't want to get into too much detail, but because there's a lot going on. But USCDI Plus is one of the projects we kicked off like in late 2021, and we've started to work with different federal agencies. So USCDI Plus is a service that we're providing federal agencies to help them create data sets that go beyond the purposes of the base US core data for interoperability. And so there's other data sets that they have interest in. And so we've been working with CMS, CDC, HRSA, FDA, NIH, to just work on some data sets around specific use cases, like for public health example, like syndrome and surveillance. CMS is around quality. With HRSA, we're working with them on their uniform data, UDS uniform data system modernization initiative, to where they're going to be requiring all the FQHCs to be reporting via FHIR. So I did want to just mention, this is work that's going on. People may have heard of it or have interest in it. At times, at some point, there will be data sets that will be publicly available for people to review and provide input to us on. But just to note that at this upcoming FHIR Connect-a-thon, our first more public-facing data set will be the UDS Plus IG. So if you did have questions about how to get involved, you can reach out to us. But it's mostly driven by the federal agencies and their stakeholders and partners. And so, but at times we're going to be able to get that information out. And I'm excited that the upcoming working group meeting Connect-A-Thon, we're going to be discussing. We'll be able to share that new IG. I know it's based on FHIR, but just as a heads up that this is a project in addition to the base US CDI that we've been working on. I don't know if Kyle, you want to add anything?
So it is only for FHIR, US CDI plus?
No, it's not. It's essentially a policy construct similar to US CDI and can be used, in a similar fashion. You could use it with, C-CDA as well.
Or QRDA.
Or yeah,
in the
or
case of
QRDA.
CMS.
Yeah, we
And-
don't know how long QRDA will be around, but for sure. I mean, one of the use cases for the US CDI plus quality domain is to support the transition to FHIR-based measures.
And I understood, or I don't know where I came to this understanding, that there might be multiple US CDI plus IGs that relate to the different, like Matt mentioned, CDC versus CMS, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of
Yeah.
that, if you think about it, is that it will align, right? So like, if you think about the quality use case, there's so many different quality reporting programs, even up within CMS and even outside of CMS. This quality domain then starts to align them within, so we're actually publishing in a couple weeks a first draft of data elements for the US CDI plus quality, and you'll see that it includes, it's not just specific to, the CMS quality measures. It's more expansive.
Much like QI core or QDM per se.
Exactly.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I was using the UDS plus the HRSA related work for the federally qualified health centers as an example. But yes, their goal is to have all the FQHCs reporting via FHIR, the patient level de-identified data. So that's what we've been working with them on. So we did create the FHIR AG.
Yeah. And that, of course, is a different, and clearly Matt is thinks a lot more about UDS and I think a lot more about CMS these days, but those are both use cases that would be part of the I'm getting my acronyms all messed up. These are both the UDS and CMS would be both use cases as part of the US CDI plus quality domain.
We had 2 action items for ONC in the past. We're hoping we can close them up, I think. So one was around so I'll read what it says. The report for the one-click scorecard needs to be the same as for the other scorecard tool.
That was a Linda thing. Yeah, I think we've answered both of these each time, last time too, but yeah, that's something we can look into. But again, the use cases are a little different. The one that is that you would get if you sent a direct email message to why am I direct.scorecard.com? I'm blanking on the name. That would be mostly intended for, we were hoping would be intended for providers to submit to see how good their C-CDA was, their implementation was in their product. But Linda, we can reassess that and talk internally and see what we can do.
Well, I think the issue is it's really hard to get your EMR attention about an issue. And if you give them a vague report, it's even harder. Right, because they then have to get that same data from you somehow, and it's just a challenge. So appreciate the thought around it.
Yeah, and if you could get, if you have like specific, yeah, if I can work offline with you if you have like if you think that just the like what you would get in the regular return on if you instantiated it locally or you tested it on scorecard.health.g.gov, that's fine. Or if there's like another way you think that would be helpful for providers, we can consider doing that.
And then the other one was around the use of unstructured information, example of PDF as a clinical note. So how to, whether the scorecard or whether the testing will support that.
Yeah, and I think we asked back the question. We asked it of the group. Say the question one more time. I think I remember.
Verify support regarding the use of unstructured information, example of PDF as a clinical note.
Yeah, I thought we asked you all what you would recommend on that one. I'm trying to remember. Let me look at it and think about it, and then I'll try and join tomorrow.
Great.
Matt, this is Lisa. I think somebody recently asked questions specifically about the notion of clinical documents and having US CDI be clearer about clinical notes versus clinical documents, and clearing up that the intention is, as the name in the C-CDA standard indicates, those are documents for representing clinical notes. But there still seems to be some questions in some people's minds as to what is the relationship between clinical notes and clinical documents.
Do you mean clinical notes, the US CDI data elements?
Yes. And if that concept as a class, in fact, is what, the title of consolidated CDA is it's documents for clinical notes.
Right. So the names are similar, but the concepts are not. The data, not commenting on what on the C-CDA portion of that as far as definitions go, but the definitions of clinical notes and US CDI are narrative patient data relative to the context identified by these note types, which also coincide with C-CDA document types, but it's just a coincidence. It's not, those concepts or those context areas are not coincidental. We wanted to make sure that at a minimum, the narrative components of those areas are captured within as a data element. And that was how we explained clinical notes when we first put it out in US CDI version 1, and that's how we continue to do that. Is that what we want is the narrative component of stuff that's not there was no other way, there was no other data element in the Common Clinical Data Set that said a narrative text log. The narrative text log, as most people know, has rich information that's valuable to be exchanged, and so that's why clinical notes came to be.
Yeah, yeah, and I think Matt,
Then
from what I remember,
clarify around documents. Then, if it's not like the question, I guess, would then be around documents.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't, Lisa. It doesn't talk about clinical notes. Nowhere in the clinical notes data class does it talk about documents.
Yeah.
It only talks about narrative patient data.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, given that that the clear intention is that those clinical notes are not talking about documents, then what is the intention to discuss documents or to make US CDI data class around clinical documents?
Agree, Lisa, because until we do that, the C-CDA will forever live.
What we mean when we say that US CDI is standards agnostic, and what we mean by that is that US CDI is silent on how you put all these data elements together and package them into a document or an exchange payload. And that's, we do say that the content of US CDI is included in these other standards like C-CDA, like Fire US Core.
But don't you think documents are an important construct in healthcare?
Yeah, of course, but not within the context of a list of required data elements. You can put them together however you want, and you have to exchange them using the exchange criteria, C-CDA and Fire.
Yeah, but so let me ask, do you guys, Linda and Lisa, do you have like recommendations on how we can be clearer?
Well, I think if you look at a C-CDA and you go, to see what elements what sections are required, what sections are optional, what have to be codified, that concept there isn't nothing in US CDI that points to that right now. So if I want to exchange fire data at the US CDI and fire data, it doesn't matter whether I'm sending a consult note or a CCD or a discharge note or a progress note. The requirements are all the same about what I should share. And like we spoke earlier on the presentation that Catherine gave with Lisa, doctors don't want everything all the time. There's a very important context to that document, the way we've structured it in C-CDA. And we've just sort of lost that with the Fire US CDI, well, with US CDI Plus, not with throughout the standard, like Al said.
Just sorry, Linda, just to bring this back just for a sec. I thought when Matt from Epic was asking about the clinical notes and being able to put them into a PDF document, the idea was to take the clinical notes, convert it to like an HTML and embed it into a document. But so for the purposes of US CDI, I thought the question was, or the action item was, can we use PDF to meet the clinical notes US CDI? And the answer would be no, because you don't have, it would have to be encoded into a clinical notes section, not really a document. I think we're sort of going down two different paths.
Why? I think we're talking about two different concepts.
Yes.
Definitely, if you're taking data out of a PDF, it has to be discrete data shared in the way that's defined in
with
US
the
CDI
narrative
Plus.
Right.
What
right.
I'm talking about is the concept of document type, the way C-CDA defines it, which is, I forget, I'm gonna get the number wrong. Is it 13 document types right now? Like it's up there. Within that construct, it says, hey, if you're exchanging a C-CDA, allergies are required, right? And I'm sorry, if you're exchanging a CCD, allergies are required. If you're exchanging, I don't know, make up another document type, they may not be
progress
required.
note, they might not be required.
Right, and we have no guidance on that inside of US CDI. It sounds like it's all data all the time.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, and I was going to capitalize on the concept that Linda used around context. These document types exist to help us know ahead of time, without negotiating with each other on the fly, what we think are the essential parts of a particular kind of story that needs to be told at a particular kind of event or time in a person's health journey. And just like all the points that Catherine made about what's the right story we need to be telling at the point of discharge, there's a different story at the point of making a referral, and a different sort of story at the point of doing a consult. So those story types, I think in the very, very beginning, a long time ago, they were actually invented under something that was called the Health Story Project. And there were established story types that many clinicians have come to know as a useful story to be told at a certain point in time. And I think we've lost that somewhere in all the bits and pieces of the data elements, no instructions on how to stitch them together in a relevant, useful way.
What if the data element definition changed in USCDI to its text consent or clinical notes? You literally have all, the common clinical notes. C-CDA contains more of them, but there's consult, discharge, history and physical, procedure, progress, laboratory, then there's imaging, laboratory and pathology narrative report, which is a little off base. But if you had narrative patient clinical data relevant to the context identified by the note types, including relevant encoded data, or something like that, because that implies, it sort of kind of implies that there's no other additional information besides the narrative, which is certainly not the case with the clinical documents that have been exchanged since 2012.
Yeah.
And to further expand on that, just because I want to take the opportunity while we have everybody on the call. So this is Dee from the Sequoia Project. We were leading the data usability work group, and in the guidance that we published in December of last year, the clinicians that are part of our work group, and we've got 350 plus clinicians and people, vendors and subject matter experts and everyone who have given guidance, for instance, like allergies. While allergies are part of USCDI, the clinicians are telling me they don't want to see allergies just sent every single document unless they've been re-reviewed, unless they have been added to, if they have been truly reconfirmed at that visit. If you are coming in for history and physical, you likely are going to re-review your allergies. But in certain specialties, you may not go over your allergies again. And so if that data was not reviewed and confirmed by a clinician at that encounter, do not send anything in that allergy section. So that's the type of ways they're wanting to try to slice and dice the data and make sure that they're looking at what's useful. If it's changed, included. If it's not, I already have that data.
Yeah,
does that make sense
I
as
see.
well?
That makes sense. I think you're on the mark there, Dee Dee, but I think we're talking about a bunch of different things.
I know.
Yeah, but
It's
you're
a little
absolutely
off mark
right
there, but
So
I
there's
wanted to interject. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. So there's no context as to, like, if you have to put in clinical notes, and a clinical note would be in a referral or different types of documents, there's no document context to say, like in eye care, you're always recording something that's clinical based because you have to record the plan, and we might not put it in the plan of treatment. It might be relating to a test that you perform, like a cover test or something else. So on that basis, every document has to have a clinical note section. But, I get it. I think
You can have the composition of the whole note is what's going to have the whole document. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is
Well, see,
what
but
makes
in
it
progress note, you're going to put a progress note in. With a consultation document, you have a consultation note. So there's a lot of the documents do have a structure defined, but they don't correlate directly to the USCDI.
In every section, you have a section text, and the section text can then comprise what would be the note. I don't know how, according to the USCDI v3 definition, I don't know how that would not be okay, right? Or you can have any one of these notes that also had its own note section.
Yeah.
So it's like you can have a note section that satisfies what a note is in an EHR or whatever, and then you can have the 5 notes that are called notes that are actually just because they've been called notes in the clinical world, but they actually are documents.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, you're totally right. I guess there's obviously a bunch of different things going on here that make total sense. But I mean, when I remember when Matt from Epic brought up the point of the PDF, and I thought, when I, messaged him, his intent was, can I just take all the clinical notes, put them into a PDF, encode that, and pass, the USCDI version 1 saying, okay, I've satisfied the clinical notes section. My understanding from the ONC point of view is that's not acceptable. It has to be in a narrative, and it has to be in a defined clinical notes section. But all these other contexts that Lisa, and Dee Dee and everyone's bringing up, they're totally valid. but I thought the context to the original action item was specific to, you know, US CDI version 1.
So Matt, based on all of this discussion, do you think there needs to be a comment added or something to express this widely shared point of view that somehow the document notion needs to be addressed by US CDI?
I'm wondering if it needs to be addressed by US CDI or yeah.
Potentially, in my opinion, a comment would be useful to clarify the definition, because, you know, I mean, it can even say clinical notes / documents, because they're kind of, you know, like clinical notes usually are documents. That's not to say you're not going to have a note addendum within a document, or a note on any fire rolled on a fire resource, or on any entry. So I think in this case, if I had never seen US CDI before, I would look, as a clinician, I would look at the clinical notes data class, and I would say, oh, these 5 documents are what I am familiar with in my paper world, or in my EHR when I send a consult note, AKA document.
By only looking at US CDI, what I'm not sure about is, how do you get to documents from looking at only US CDI when document does not appear in US CDI?
Well, you could say clinical notes / documents. But I mean, because if pretend you were not at ONC and you're just your doctor and I'm just a nurse, and I look at this this section in US CDI that says, oh, I'm supposed to be able to send clinical notes around. Oh, what does that mean? Oh, I see. Consult note, discharge summary, history and physical. Those things are all really documents.
But using the definition, plain text reading of the definition is narrative component of these context types.
Yep, and that might need to be clarified.
Intent is not to collect and exchange these particular structured documents. That's specifically not our intent. It is many documents, many notes have uncoded narrative components. And it is that uncoded narrative components, which could have some structure, but is uncoded.
So you said we could have encoded structure, right? So I think that's the bit that's made. That's the bit in the definition that's missing, because you're not saying, the first part of your statement sounded like, I don't want any encoded discrete data in here. All I want is narrative. But in fact, you want narrative, but also, hey, it would be really great if this was within structured data or contained structure.
Previously, we couldn't get narrative because there was no place for it in Common Clinical Data Set. We want narrative, and so we created these data elements to capture narrative within the context of these 5 areas. Used to be 8, now it's 5 because we rolled those others into other. But it's.
Yeah, I mean, you can say whether they're not documents, but they really are. So yes, you want the narrative. So whenever you're sending any of these 5 data types, you must include narrative, and you can include encoded discrete data.
But the documents themselves are defined by the exchange criteria, the certification criteria, which say must exchange a C-CDA or a discharge summary or consult note, et cetera. Those are the document structure is in another part of the rules. It's another part of the.
I'm not even thinking about that right now. I'm just thinking about the clinical world, and when I would pull out a sheet of paper that is a document and write stuff on it when I was doing a transfer summary. That's a document.
I mean, that's one thing to think about as a document. Another thing to think about as a document is a structured document as defined by C-CDA.
And many times I've developed C-CDAs or CDA documents where someone gave me a copy of a paper document and said, here, make this into a C-CDA. So it's still, the starting thing is still a document. A CDA is just a representation of that thing in an exchangeable structure. That always was the intention from the beginning with CDA.
So can this group, is this group willing to put together a recommendation to us?
A lot of the comments that I've heard over the last however long, those actually have already been captured. I mean, Lisa has submitted some comments about clinical notes data class within, during the USCDI V4 comment period. We've received a lot of comments and input on potential changes to the data class. And we're looking at those actively right now to see how it informs any potential changes to the data classes, the data elements for version 4. So we're kind of already doing that. And if the comments, and if the comments are substantially different than the details in the comments that were submitted during the comment period, then we'll look at it. But we have, we've had the comment period. We had a 3-month comment period that ended a week and a half ago.
But I think the issue is that they're talking about certification. Right? Obviously version 4 won't be for a while. So I mean, I'm just saying, if there are things that we can do to clarify anything from a certification standpoint,
right?
In the near term.
Yeah, and that is a question that comes up a lot is, okay, we see what it says in USCDI. What does that mean for when we update it? How do we sort of certify or attest to certifying to a new data element USCDI version next? So, and that kind of goes to, what's going to be in the CCG, what's going to be in the test data, the test method. So that's, I mean, that's I understand that point, and that's something that, there's still, I think there's probably still some, because those test methods haven't been developed yet, because the actual standard, the USCDI, hasn't been developed, hasn't been finalized yet.
But no, thank you for this discussion. This is great. Appreciate it. But if there's things that we can do to clarify, please, let us know, even if it means we have to think for future versions of USCDI, potential future requirements in a certification program.
Thanks for entertaining the conversation. I think that, this is an opportunity for implementers to have firsthand contact with you guys. I know the comment process is an awesome way to raise a voice from one person or from one organization. But I think hearing the level of different perspectives and kind of the void that's out there because of the silence on the relationship between USCDI data elements and those clinical notes, which in many cases, clinicians like Gay have a strong perspective and feeling and natural inclination to think about what those mean. There's a tension in what's documented so far, and certainly a tension against the work that the implementer community has worked so hard to think about how to exchange meaningful documents. Maybe even just hearing that there is a need to address this and clarify it in a more workable way. It might, I know you guys are still processing through all your comments, but I just thought it would be great to have an opportunity to hear the need from the implementer community.
I definitely appreciate it, and thank you all for the discussion. And Jean, I think I started the USCDI Plus portion at 426, 28, and look at where we're at now. But yeah, if anything else comes up, please feel free to reach out to us. Some of us will be at the working group meeting, the Fire Connected On working group meeting starting next weekend. Please, feel free to come talk to us.
All right, thanks. Yeah, we had on the agenda now a 15-minute break. Are people all right if I skip that? The next topic was just looking at the action items and then a closing discussion, and I don't think the action items is going to take half an hour, so I think we can, if we trudge on, we can get done pretty soon. Are people okay with that? Okay.
Yay.
So Susan's going to show us the action items.
I am. Hopefully you can see that. I think I'm sharing.
Yep.
So there were 6 that were open from last March's IAT. I think now we're pretty good. I don't know if this, well, I think this one's going to come back tomorrow, or maybe that was enough discussion today. I'm not really sure, but somebody can weigh in, let me know. This next one, number 23, was, and please jump in, anybody that knows a lot more about this. I'm just here to, as just running through the process so that we talk about them. Number 23, making sure that all the questions had some sort of feedback and Q&A was publicly viewable. And we put some notes in here that there was notes that were already added, and then there is a Zulip stream, and that should be used for the feedback. And we believe this action item would then be closed. I'll carry on. Number 26, this is the one Lisa mentioned earlier this morning about following up with NLM, and I've got another, just some of those links, and she's already, I think, done some updates in the IAT agenda or on the page, which we'll make sure that there as well. But there is a nice tool, according to NLM, it's a nice tool, and to compare value sets, and the links are in the next slide after next. So that one will then be closed. The couple of these were from Matt S. This one, number 29, was around working through some issues with vocabulary, and Matt reported on this post-coordination example that was posted here. There's the link for it, and that example has been improved, so that was another action item to be closed. This is one the number 38 we talked about briefly with Matt Ron, and it's a different use case, and so I don't think there's gonna be any change on that one. I think that one will be closed. And then finally, Matt S. Matt from Epic had another example for the unsuccessful procedure example. This is one where he just suggested that if there was interest in doing more on this topic around showing procedures as unsuccessful and how that should be done, there is this one example. It's here, it's been approved, but if there is interest, we could put that on the agenda for the August IAT if anybody else has any more questions or concerns about that. And then finally, my last slide, this is the VSAT comparison tool that we got details from Maureen Madden at NLM, and she encourages everyone to go and look at the tool and look and see how great it is, and use it. The links are here in this particular one, and that's another action that will be closed off. So that was it for the action items, and there wasn't any that were, let's see, any open ones that were then closed between last March and this April. So it was just those 6 that were open, and then I think they are pretty much all can be dealt with and then closed, and then there'll be some new ones from today. So that's it for me.
All right, thanks, Susan.
Questions or comments?
Any questions on that?
Yeah, so John, can I just add one thing? The NLM thing reminded me. So we're hopeful in the next few weeks to kick off the C-CDA value set release work with HL7 group and NLM to put out the new release of a value set.
Right, yeah, that's that. RTI is the consulting group that's heading that, yeah. All right. I put in the chat a link to the event page. So this is the notes that Jaginder's been taking. Take a look. For those of you who are presenting, we have some of the pictures and notes. We've got a couple action items from this morning around. There's one around direct trust. There's some not necessarily, I'm not sure we're going to put them as action items, but when talking around the specialty data, and what's making some issues. And so I think that some of that will come out of the breakout sessions for tomorrow. There's then the discharge summary, again, you're going to do a breakout session tomorrow. Anyway, if people want to take a look at that event page, take a look at the notes. If you have any corrections, send them to Jaginder or I, or bring them up tomorrow. Matt, Al, Alex, you guys will send us your slides so we can add some of them to our notes, hopefully. And
yep, confirmed.
Good, thanks. So then I will share one. So that's all we have so far for today. So for tomorrow, again, we start at 10 a.m. Eastern, brief welcome, and then we'll be planning the tracks. So right now, the breakout sessions that we've got 4 sets. So one is on payer coverage. So basically, the insurance card, how to use it to make a payer section. We have a better discharge summary. So Catherine and Lisa. Joe Laney has talked about possibilities for persistent IDs, and that being a separate track, although, and hold on, and Lisa, I'll ask you a question on that. And then obviously Jim and Dennis are going to lead specialty data track, and that you guys have a number of different things to look at. And you'll have to decide, I think, amongst yourselves and who's there and what the, this consensus is, which one of these or some of the other ones that Jim brought up during his presentation you're going to be looking at. So that's tomorrow. So again, the way that works is we'll figure out which of these tracks people are interested in. We'll break out into the separate tracks, come back for, a report and some lunch, and then go back into the tracks and then back for a final report. Lisa, I was trying to follow the email that Joe had sent and you were on around the persistent IDs. Are we having that as a separate breakout track, or?
I think he's more comfortable. He doesn't think it's enough material to cover for a whole track and wanted to just sort of have it as a discussion. I think he's also in and out on Thursday. So I think there were some times that he would be more available either first thing in the morning or late in the day. And he was just wondering if we could do it as an optional discussion, so that some people may want to finish up their track and then participate in this, more kind of leading edge thought process around the thing that Jim showed with data flowing from one place to another, to another, to another, and how we go about tracking it over time.
Okay. And he's going to be here. So yeah, he'll be here
tomorrow morning. I think would be the best time to try and schedule something with him.
Sure. All right. So we'll take a look at that, and we've got that first little bit planning the tracks, so we can figure out that. So that's how tomorrow's going to happen. I know I'm interested in a couple of tracks, and it's unfortunate that you can. If this were in person, you'd be able to walk into one room and then walk into the other. You can kind of do that with the Zoom rooms, and we'll see how that works. But yeah, that'll be good. Are there any questions for anyone today? Okay, then thank you very much, everyone. And I'll give you the rest of the evening, afternoon off, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Talk to you later.